What is up, everybody? It is a Thursday night, so that means we are live and back in the house and ready to have a little fun and unwind with a few drinks. At least that's what I think we're going to do, right? I mean, that's the goal, right? Because you know what we do on this channel.
No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer and beer. No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer.
That's just how we get down. So if it's your first time here, welcome. And if you're a long time watcher, listener, subscriber, you already know. So myself in the house, you got Todd in the house, Mal will be here at some point, and then occasionally maybe the door open and we'll get a guest or two up here too. So we'll see what happens tonight. But happy Thursday, third week of February. About to end the month next week.
Oh, crazy.
No, actually, technically fourth week of February because it was the first was a Thursday. So because we're leap year this month. So we got a 29th next week. Yeah.
Great.
So for all you leap year babies, upcoming birthday next Thursday night when we do the show.
You can now say you're 9 years old.
Yeah. I said, how's that actually work out, right? Like, you know, where do they move your thing? If you're born on the 29th, how do they do your birth certificate? All kind of like, do they put the 29th on it? I wonder. But then those other years, you just like, oh, we're going to move you to March 1st, or do you get to go on the 28th? Like,
I was going to say, are you the 28th or the 1st?
Right.
I mean, you guys have, one of those days, I would assume. So.
Maybe it's dealer's choice. You choose. You decide. Which day would you like?
It was being like, well, that week's a weekend, so I guess I'll go on this day this year.
Yeah. Be an end of winter baby or beginning of spring baby. So, yeah, you choose. So, yeah, we're going to, like we always do, we're going to throw some beers down here in a second, talk some beer news, beer fun, and then wherever else we end up going down here. I do have a special thing I'm going to do here in a bit before we actually get into some of that stuff. So, going to give a shout out to one of the other YouTubers to kind of bring their thing to light here. And, you know, and the people can do what they want to do if they want to support and stuff like that. That'll be open to them. And there's the third wheel. There's Mal. Cheers. Happy Thursday to you. Great to see you, my friend.
You too.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and get that brought up here in a second. But before I do, let's check the chat real quick. Oh, and make sure you check the poll question. This week's poll, tonight's poll. Which age group were you in when you first seriously now, not like a sip, but seriously had your first beer? Were you 12 to 16, 17 to 20, 21 to 24, or were you late over 25? So choose in there. I got a feeling the first one that answered was probably Vanessa, and I'm in the same group with her. I'm pretty sure she was 12 to 16. I'm pretty sure, because I see Vanessa in the chat, that's probably what she put for her answer. So, yeah, make sure you choose a group.
Is this first time ever tried or first
Nope, no sip, nope, first time seriously drinking beer.
Okay.
Oh, seriously drinking. Okay.
Seriously drinking. Not like sip, not grandfather, dad, no sip, no sneaking a thing here and there. Oh, JT said that was him. All right, I can see JT. I didn't know you were here. So I can see JT also being there, but I'd be surprised if Vanessa doesn't do it too. JT said that was me, Rod. I was 12 to 16. Which the JT thing back then, they were serving at 18. They can get served at 18 there. So yeah, I think the first time I seriously had a beer, I was 12. So
13.
Actually, first thing I drank, well, sipping, I'm not counting that when I was a kid, but as far as actually going to get alcohol was when we got into my mom's liquor cabinet, was actually like Dew or Scott. So I actually poured some of that before I even had like probably my first real beer, but you know, so I started hard coming right in with the Scotts, the Cuddy Sark and stuff like that. It was like JB, Cuddy Sark, Dewars. It was just like, yeah. You know, that's when you would fill the bottle back up with water thinking you can get away with it. But they would know. They would know.
That didn't turn you off from the whole thing. If you're having Cuddy Sark, I think that would have scared me away from alcohol for the rest of my life.
I didn't understand it at the time, why they would drink something like that. But, you know, I didn't say I wouldn't come back to it. So, yeah, so. When you're a kid and you're starting to experiment, it's a matter of what's around. So, you know.
You can get your hands on.
Yeah. And there's Vanessa there. Cheers. Teamers in the house. Yeah, we're going to say what we're drinking here in a second as well. And we got Rusty in the house. Cheers. Good to see you as always. I was lucky. I was born the 20th of February. Yeah, if you were born on the 29th, if anybody was out there, I'd be surprised if we had somebody born on. Like, how do you celebrate your birthday? Because next Thursday is the 29th. It's a leap year. So do you move it to the 28th or do you move it to the 1st? Or if you know somebody that was on the 29th, let us know in the comments how that actually works out for them. Rusty says, I was earlier than 12 to 6. I see, I can only have 4 categories. That doesn't surprise me, though, Rusty. Doesn't surprise me. You know, I mean, the first time I sipped, I was probably like 6 or 7. That was like hitting the old little Miller High Life, little 8-ounce bottles. You know, go get me a bottle out of the fridge. Yeah.
I was probably that old on a sip. My first
yeah.
Technically 16, 17.
But the thing was when you seriously went to get your own beer. Or you went to purchase your own beer. So I was getting served like at 15 at the time. So I was a freshman in high school having seniors ask me to get them beer. So
you're such an enabler.
I had an Indian shop and they thought I was older than I actually was, and I wasn't going to correct them. So, you know.
Where was it your place to do that? Right?
When you can grow a beard at 15, they don't know. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. That was rough.
JT said 15 at a cousin's wedding. And Vanessa says, I just answered. Oh, maybe she did answer. I just answered probably 12 at a picnic with the aunts and uncles. Black Label left over the bottle. So see, she did something like that too. She went to what is this? Started drinking the hard liquor. So yeah. So it doesn't turn you off.
I'm going straight.
It doesn't turn you off. It just gives you goals for later.
I started with SoCo and 7-Up.
Oh yeah,
not a good mix, by the way. SoCo and 7-Up did not work out well, but that's
although in college, SoCo was my jam. I used to love drinking that. I mean. Yeah, they're like, we know that happened to Janis Joplin. I'm like, well, she couldn't handle it, apparently. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. Alabama Slammers were like the shot of choice back then, too. So I feel like I built a tolerance for Southern Comfort. We used to do those at the bar all the time. Tequila, Rolling Cigars, age 14, Shade Tobacco Field. Yeah, Vanessa used to be in Cuba. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Fidel will come over to Vanessa. A cigar. They're like, you want us to make it for you, Fidel? Like, no, I want Vanessa to make it for me. She knows how to roll these cigars. Everson, hello to Vanessa, JT. Hey, Everson. Everson's up, Rod, Todd, and Mal. I tried calling all you today. If you don't want to talk, just say so. Don't corrupt my entire cell networks. Bring a Bush Light, cheers, turkeys. Yeah, how about that? Like, people have a cell phone. So I'm actually on T-Mobile, so I was fine. If you were on Verizon, you were good to go. But apparently, it was AT&T was the one that was really hit.
Mine was
out. Yours was out.
So I was trying to leave work, and I had no idea this morning when Shannon was coming in. She was eating something, ready to go to bed. So I got out of the car, and I meant to ask her something. I forgot, so I tried to dial the number, and it was like, no network service or something, or I forgot exactly what the terminology was. And I was like, did I turn something off? So I restarted my phone, come back on, got down the road, did it again, the same thing. I was like, what the what the hell is going on?
So you guys,
I didn't get my service back until about 1:00 this afternoon.
So you both had the SOS popping up. I think that's what they were saying on people's phones was showing.
You know, it's funny. I didn't notice that my phone wasn't working today, but I wasn't using my phone all day, so I never realized that there was an outage. I had no idea.
I was able to use which they said the internet you couldn't, but I was able to use some of my apps, so I don't know how true that was. So I'm not really sure, but I couldn't send a text message and I couldn't call.
Yeah.
See, I thought they said you could send a text message, but you couldn't call. They were telling people to get on the Wi-Fi thing, but I don't know.
I couldn't do either one of them.
I know they came out this morning. They said all the phones were having trouble, and because I have T-Mobile. T-Mobile came out and no, we're fine. There's nothing wrong with our network. And then you saw Verizon come out. We're good over here. It's not us. So, but the funny thing is, as I was watching some of the news while I was working, is guess who has a network for the emergency broadcast system when shit goes bad? Well, it's supposed to be AT&T. Well, apparently we may have to renegotiate that contract because you guys can't handle if something does happen and we need to alert people.
let's move it over to cricket or something instead.
Yeah, cricket's out doing AT&T now. Watch their stock go up. Yeah. But I said born December 1st. Now they say it's World AIDS. Is that World AIDS Day? I did not know that.
Mine is International Women's Day. Chew is a 420
Yes.
baby. So he's a 420 baby. So yeah, all the funs.
I don't even know if I have a day for mine. It's that greatest person ever born day. That's the day. That's what I call it. So.
No,
We
we can't both have that day.
Well, that's after it's after International Women's Day. So yeah, next day.
Well, I mean, if there is that day, it's obviously my day. So
you're all both the thieves. You're all stealing my thunder here. What's going on?
Oh, Rusty says we were Paps and Early Times family, and we had to get together every Sunday.
Had to get together every Sunday.
Yeah. What's up, Unadapted? What's up, lady and gents? I was 13. Looking back, I should have waited until my brain was fully developed at 25. No.
I will say I've hung out many nights with Rusty, and there's no had to do anything ever.
Never had to. When I was freshman, senior would find me to buy a beer for them. Yeah. See, that's how, Rusty had the same way. I guess Rusty was probably growing a beer too when he was a freshman. So, see, hey, get me this beer. Yeah. Sure.
When's your birthday again, Ron?
Day after yours.
March 9th?
Mm-hmm.
So you have Amerigo Vespucci Day. You have
Abuchi who?
Amerigo Vespucci.
Oh, American Vespucci named, but the America's named after. Yeah.
And then you have Bang Clang Day. It's
bang,
a
bang, bang.
battle.
Mm.
You have Genealogy Day, so you're supposed to look up your genealogy on your birthday.
Oh, well, that ought to be Shannon's day.
Oh, your International Fanny Pack Day. International Fanny Pack Day, right?
They make every day way too complicated now.
You need to add a fanny pack to your merch.
I'm gonna disagree with that day right there.
A fanny pack is like a holder for your cans. It'll be perfect.
Oh, there you go. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
A fanny pack for my cans? No.
You have Joe Franklin Day. He was the king of entertainment and the pioneer of talk shows. And
I can see that be that day.
The National American Paddlefish Day. You are Paddlefish Day, man.
I'm representing Roger.
Oh, you got the shirt on. The shirt looks pretty good. I like that.
Oh my God, you have like 12. You have 12 more.
I said it was the best person day ever. They keep giving us titles. You
have National Crab Day. Oh, Crab Meat Day. Sorry.
That's right. Get the meat off the crab.
My day probably says, "Oh, you were born day." National You Were Born Day.
Oh, you're also National Dishwasher Day and National False Teeth Day. What have you been up to, Rod?
False Teeth Day? Why do they have a False Teeth Day?
Oh my gosh, your National Get Over It Day. There is a National Get Over It Day.
There's a National Everything Day.
National Heroes and Benefactors Day, National Lena Day.
Why is there so many things on one day?
National Lena Day is for people who are named Lena. If you're named Lena, you deserve to have a special day. Lina.
Lena Horne. Oh, no. Lena. Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Are you just reading National Days? Are they all on that one day?
Yes, they're all on March 9th. National Marcia Day. There's also a Marcia Day.
Marcia.
National Meatball Day.
I like some meatballs. I like some meatballs.
Just give it time. It'll be.
But you got no beer day on March 9th?
You're gonna have to hook up with Shane because it's National Shane Day as well.
Wait a minute, Shane has a day named after him?
Apparently so. March 9th is National Shane Day. If your name's Shane, that is your national day. Then there's National. What the heck is this? National Urban.
I bet you have a day too.
National Urban Ballroom Dancing Day. So urban ballroom dancing, very specific. You cannot dance ballroom dancing in the country. You have to be urban to dance ballroom on March 9th. And then World Kidney Day. So take care of your kidneys.
Didn't know there was a World Kidney Day. Well, there you go.
Those are all of your days. You have a lot of days.
These are the days of your lives.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, I couldn't Google that. I tried to Google National Tide Day, and you know what comes up is the basketball player Todd Day. I was like, no, that's not. You remember him who played for Arkansas?
Yeah.
So
Shout out to Dave in the house.
I went to a website called nationaltoday.com, and it has like all the national days for each date. So kind of fun.
See, Vanessa, at lunch at the tobacco field, they banned me from playing craps. So you must have been taking some money then. She's playing craps, drinking Black Label, rolling a cigar all at the age of 14 or something. And yeah, she's winning. She's winning. She's a winner. The password is Blumpkin, Patrick says. Country Blumpkin, Pat? Seems AT&T went out over the country. Yeah, they had like major spots for the most. When it came out this morning, it was like Dallas, LA, New York, major city, and then it went everywhere, I guess. So yeah, AT&T, pay your bills. There we go from Vanessa. Wi-Fi calling app takes over the basement apartment here. Yeah, it's kind of like the whole. They're like people don't have landlines. A lot of people don't have landlines anymore either. So don't have that to fall back on. What's up, Mike J in the house? Joined from the start. Appreciate you. Vanessa, December 9th. Emerson. I think Emerson's birthday December 9th because Vanessa's December 1st. Vanessa born 4:23 a.m. December 1st. Dad told me he knew I was different than the other 3 kids that day. He knew. He said I came out and he held me and I was just looking around. Never cried. Yeah,
she was probably talking 4 languages at that point. As soon as she was
he's like, who are these people and why is it cold? I was in a nice warm spot. Now I'm not. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Nice, Emerson. Vanessa. Here's something for Vanessa and for Emerson. Since you guys are December babies, you ever feel like you got robbed at Christmas as a kid? I mean, you guys are kind of spaced out a little bit better. I have friends that were like December 20th and around that area. They always swore they were getting robbed at Christmas. So,
Chu's mom is the 26th of December. And she insists on us using different kind of wrapping paper for her birthday present versus her Christmas present. She's very strict on that. She gets very upset if we don't follow the rules.
So I think as a kid, you get traumatized. So I stuck with her. So, yeah.
Sure. I'm sure she did.
Hashtag pull my finger day 365 +1. Pull my fingers in season every day. December is Worldwide Food Service Safety Month. Didn't know that. Retired USA Air Force Food Inspector. Yes. And Timor, I'm about to smoke THCA flower after shots of vodka. You're about to really kick it off, my friend. We have the landline if you listen to the nonstop junk, spam, and scam calls. Yeah. Surprised they even still call the landlines with that. My younger brother's birthday is November 27th. Mom would save the cake from his and use it December 1st. Oh, wow. See what I mean? Kids in December got stories. They got stories. Like, don't you eat all the cake. You know your sister needs some. Like 4 days. It'll hold. You put what do you do? You put the button in the paper and put the. What did you tell me last time on the one cake? You put cellophane in there. Did we talk about this last week or the week before? When you sliced out a piece of cake.
Yeah. I mean, you just put
you don't put it in the fridge. You just put the paper in or whatever.
Plastic wrap, yeah.
Yeah, plastic wrap. So they got to save it for Nest. Maybe they were doing plastic wrap back then. Never know. Yeah. But I mean, I hope it was a big cake. I mean, if it was like a small cake that, everybody got a small piece and that was it. But that is kind of funny. Yeah, covered in wax paper. That's what we were saying last week. Wax paper. Wax on, wax off. Little shout out to Mr. Miyagi. So, before we get fully into the show, we're not into the show already. It's like, with all due respect, I mean, I do say with all due respect, I'm going to actually share a piece here on the channel, which I don't think I've ever done anything like this before and stuff. So, it was kind of a video of watching earlier, and it's something going around right now in the beer community. And for those of you guys know Simo from over in the UK, Simo Sups is the channel. So they had just found out his grandfather had been diagnosed with dementia. So he's doing a thing on YouTube. But rather than me say it, I'm going to let him say it. I'm going to play his video on here, and then I'll give some details and stuff. But if people want to contribute or join in or whatever like that, you'll have a chance to do that. I'll share the stuff here. But, much love for Simo. Always appreciate him. Great guy to UK. Just, it's funny you do this. And even though a lot of times we're doing this and we're talking to people we haven't physically met, you do build ties and you build relationships. And it's kind of like weird. Like I said, first time I met Todd, was years after I was doing this. And it's like we felt like we knew each other for a lot longer than we actually did, right? So you end up having this type of feeling and community. And when one has something going on, we all kind of pull together and show support. So that being said, I'm gonna shut this mouse and I'm gonna pull Simo up and share his video. And then I'll put some details down at the bottom as well. And we'll go from there.
Semi-serious, not really serious. I don't like shit. I don't care. A lot of you guys that know me know that me and my family have been going through a bit of a shit time recently. My granddad, who was an absolute gem of a character, a diamond, right? He was the. I'm trying to find a picture. Sorry, guys, I'm very unprepared. He was an absolute diamond. We all loved him very much. He's not dead. We all love him, I got a picture. Here we go. This was Christmas. This is me and my granddad. An absolute diamond, a gem of a man. We all love him very much. Unfortunately, dementia it's caught with him. It's fucking horrible and it's shit. And it's caught up with him. And do you know what? As a family, we're struggling a bit. Come to terms with things. It's not easy, He's currently in a place where he's safe, he's secure, all his needs are catered for, but we don't know how long that's going to be. It could be until the government decide otherwise, basically. So I thought I'd do something to just raise a bit of awareness, maybe raise a bit of money. I don't know. You don't have to put any money. Just all I ask is that you guys raise awareness, because it seems to affect men more than women, especially men of a certain age. And my granddad he was a real good friend. We were very close, and to see him slip away and be lost this fucking horrible thing is just, it sucks, it fucking sucks. I don't expect people to give money. If you can, that'd be great. But all I ask is you guys join in. Let's raise a bit of awareness. Let's bring a bit of let's shed a bit of light on this, because dementia, Alzheimer's dementia, it sucks. I'm sure loads of people out there have been through similar stuff, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. Yeah, it sucks. I've got various pictures of my granddad, but I'm quite a personal guy. I tend to not share too much, but this was over Christmas. There's my dad again, me. It's my dad and my granddad. This was Christmas time. This was Christmas Day. And between Christmas and New Year, something just went, and my granddad is no longer there. Yeah, it's tough. So I ask all of you. It doesn't have to be. Don't have to donate. I'm going to call it the chug for dementia or the drink for dementia. Drinks for dementia sounds better. So I would say get your favourite beer. My favourite beer is not here, but we'll ask you guys is to maybe do a bit. Everyone out there, if you've got a channel or a platform, we're going to call this drink for dementia because any awareness or money you guys can raise would be fantastic. Like, genuinely, like, fantastic. Let's pull this out. This is the Kronenberg Blanc. It's what I've got available. It's cheap. You know, I'm not expecting you guys to spend major money, but your favourite supermarket beer or just something you like at the minute would be great. Just hashtag drink for dementia, I think. And any awareness / shit we can build would be fantastic. I donated £10 today to dementia.org, Dementia UK, dementiauk.org. I'll leave a link in the description below. But anybody who wants to get involved or share, that will be fantastic. It's a bit of a rant now, but you know, I really appreciate, you know, it's shit. It's generally it's shit. It's just shit and it sucks. And there's very few things out there. And do you know what? I encourage you guys, let's get involved as a community, as a beer community. Let's get involved. Let's raise a bit of dosh, raise a bit of awareness for not dementia, but these other charities, you know, that are struggling because the world's a shit place. It's shit. It's that. It's shit. Everyone's going to do some shit, and let's try and raise a bit of money for these charities. You know, like dementia, diabetes, cancer, and that. Let's raise a few quid. If we can, that's great. If not, you know, anything's better than nothing. So, cheers. This is the Kronenberg Blanc. Let's try and chug. We'll try and chug it. Cheers. There we go. Oh. So yeah, drink for dementia. It probably won't catch on because I'm a nobody, but if it does, that'd be awesome. Or just a chug for charity, something similar like that, you know. Let me know if you guys want to get involved. That would be incredible. Look after yourselves, guys. Take care. Catch you next time. Peace.
So that's tough, right? So that's the second time I actually watched that, and probably hit a little more. But I feel like it's one of those things that have to be shared.
I think a lot of people have had a family member go through this, and that hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
A lot of memories came out of that one. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
I can't.
And, you know.
Knowing I've dealt with it, not personally for 20 years, because Shannon's worked in the industry for a long time, and
right.
I've been blessed enough to not have had to deal with that firsthand with any of my family members, and I can't think of a worse disease on the planet, to be honest with.
No, there's not much worse than that.
No.
And it's one of those diseases that's really harder for the family members than it probably is on the person themselves, and that could be totally wrong, but I just sit there, like he said, is like all of a sudden his grandpa is gone. I mean, he's there, but he's gone. He's not who he was, you know, and what he remembers of him, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. So I mean, the goal wasn't really to start out with a downer, but it was one of those things that, you know, Simo's part of the community. We got love for Simo. Simo's always been great.
Yeah.
And so just share support of that. Down there streaming is his channel. In the comment section, I actually have posted details as well. So if people want to check it out, they can go there to see his channel. And then also here, if they do want to donate, you can actually do that as well. As they are kind of raising some stuff for that awareness. But before I cracked open the beer, I wanted to go ahead and when I did crack it open, dedicate it to Simo and his grandfather and what they're going through. And I'm not usually at loss for words, as you know, but right now, still. It could happen to anybody. So
It's hard.
Yeah, it can.
that being said, I'm going to try to chug this one here because I'm trying not to.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to grab a different one. This one is out of the question. I can't
chug
that one
the
off.
mug either.
Yeah.
But if you
Yeah,
give me a
that's it.
second, I will run downstairs and get a chuggable because
All
that
right.
one's not.
I'll do the same. Be right back.
Oh wow, sorry to hear that too there, JT. Yeah, it's something to be discussed for a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of stuff affecting people in different areas, and you just don't know when it can happen, right? It can just happen. It's a tough conversation. As Mal says, almost everybody knows somebody affected by it. And if I have a platform to share these things for my friends, then I will do so. All right, let me get this in a glass here. It's gonna be a rough one tonight, right now. Gotta come up with some jokes at some point here.
Something. I was walking away. Sorry about that, JT.
Not cheating. I just had a little bit of foam on top.
It's all good.
I haven't chugged a beer in a while, actually.
I hadn't either, and I'm going El Cheapo just because that was probably the best chuggable beer that I had.
Yeah. So your brain is diseases when you begin losing information or about and everything. Yourself is disconnected. Yeah. Yeah. I just saw earlier tonight that I guess Wendy Williams came down with that thing that Bruce Willis has too. It's crazy. Dave's in the house. Cheers, Dave TV, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Congrats on your success there. Well, I appreciate that, Emerson. Yeah, if I can do it, do it. So, an adapt is real awesome. Raj, show support of your pal. Makes you feel good to be a subscriber and support. Well, I appreciate that. It's anything we can use more in the world is more support, right? So,
Yeah, agreed. More support, more empathy, more love. All the
you're
things.
welcome, Vanessa. Yeah. Let me see. That's said, I got a joke. Why did Jay-Z call Beyonce before they got married? Beyonce. Oh, that's such a dad joke.
Yeah.
Dave said, Mal, I miss you and Chew. There you go.
I miss you too, man.
All right. So I got the Tasty Cake Coffee Cake Ale, 6% ABV. This is what I'm going to try to chug here for Simo.
I got Fat Tire.
Oh, you're going to chug that one? The new formula?
All right.
Get it gone, man. I only got 3 cans left in the fridge. Get it
Well,
gone.
if you can do it real fast, it works out, right? So,
Yeah, there you go.
all right, to Simo and his family and getting through all of this. Cheers, all.
Cheers. Nope, failed. I'm sorry, I failed.
Big gulps, Mal. Big gulps. Did you get it all tied? You get all yours out?
I had I got a little sip. It was hard. I should have poured it in a glass.
I got a brain freeze. I think mine was too close to the cooler in the fridge or something.
I got a little swallow left. That
I
was
definitely got a brain freeze. It hurt.
Well, who are these drinkers I have on the panel with me here? What is going on?
Dude, I have videos out there where I
hardly believe me yourself, man.
Stout. I can do it, but this one's brain freezing me every time I try. It's terrible. I got there eventually. By the way, Fat sucks now.
Well, yeah, we talked about that, yeah. But look at it this way: you're quickly getting it out of your house by chugging it. So,
sure, there you go. Yes.
There's only 2 cans left in there.
Yeah.
Stopping you.
I've been trying to let you drink it.
It's a good.
All right.
He's my little walking garbage disposal, so he gets rid of the stuff I don't want.
And then for all you watching, keep good thoughts there with Simo and everything like that. Again, if you want to check out his channel or the site, you can check that out in the comments. I'll probably be visiting the site later, drop him a little something too. So,
yeah.
And you'll probably see, for those of you watching the beer community, I'd already seen people, I think Shark put one up on Shark Homebrewing already. I've seen a couple other people starting to put some up. So, and the Simo, if you do get in, because Simo does join us from time to time, you are not a nobody, my friend. You are somebody. We are here to support you. So just keep that in mind.
You're somebody, you make a difference.
Yeah.
Always remember that.
They say, can't wait to see everyone in July. He's pumped up about Toronto or Niagara Falls. I keep saying Toronto, but it's Niagara Falls. But yeah.
It's going to be wonderful.
What is up, Bryson? Cheers. So, all right, we're going to turn the corner here and hopefully get into some other good stuff too. So I'm going to actually now go to another beer and I'm going to actually drink after doing the chug there because I haven't drank anything in a little bit. So I've got the homecoming. So one of the videos I just posted recently was when I attended or went by. It was the 3rd annual Black Brewers Festival. It was really more of a tasting. There was like 4 breweries there at one of the local liquor stores. And got a chance to catch up with them. But this is one of the beers done by Third Hill. It is their homecoming hazy IPA, 6.7% ABV. So I'll have the review coming up here on the channel in a matter of time. But this is actually a pretty cool one. They work with Harvey Wilder Foundation and help to support students getting scholarships to the HBCUs. So I was happy to throw in and get this. It was $20, I think, for the 4-pack. But you know what? When it's a good cause, I'm okay to go ahead and pay up for it. You know, it doesn't bother me. So shout out to them and be on the lookout when I do the review on this on the channel. So that's what I'm cracking open right now. I don't know if you guys need a break before you get to your next one or not. But
I'm good.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mal.
I took my time on the chug, remember? So I swung by Phase 3 today, and Phase 3 Brewing Company in Lake Zurich, Illinois. I got their double dry hop, double citric creme. It's a double IPA with oats and milk sugar. It's a 7.7%. So you see why I didn't want to chug that. Because milk sugar in a beer, I ain't chugging that for nothing.
Well, that's a 16 ouncer too. So yeah.
That's a 16 as well. So I have had this one before, but it was last year's batch. I have not tried this year's. And I'm very excited because they do such an amazing job with their hazies. Honestly, Phase 3 is just phenomenal at hazies. So
always hear good things about Phase 3.
And it's kick-ass Citra with a big old juice front, and it's just smooth as silk.
Yeah, Phase 3's
it's beautiful.
They're good.
Their beer is so delicious. And I'm like 10 minutes from their brewery. Like I live 10 minutes from them. It's just heaven.
Or danger because they're so close.
Yeah. So I had a masseuse working on my spine today, so I'm in an awful lot of pain. But because they're putting like the elbows straight through your rib cage. Like they're really getting in there. It's like a 300-pound man that's working on my spine, and it's a little rough. So my back is in a lot of pain. So after the massage, I went to Roaring Table, which is a brewery in Lake Zurich, and I hit them up for a flight, and then I went over to Phase 3 and had a couple there before coming over here. So,
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Recover a little bit from all the pain. I do scary stuff, so yeah.
Vanessa thinks being close to work is a good thing, so I don't know. If it's close to work, I'm taking a break. I might not come back. Yeah. What you got, Todd?
So I'm drinking Midnight Snack from a bomb.
It's a pumpkin.
Is it a pumpkin ale?
I just picked it up the other day, so when I tell you the ABV, it probably doesn't matter if it is or not. But no, so it's so I'm pulling up on Untappd. It's a stout with cheesecake, vanilla beans, cocoa nibs, and pumpkin spices.
Yeah, it's a pumpkin beer. What's the ABV though?
Oh, we're just coming in as a mild 14%.
Oh, okay, we're good. That's a good landing. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Such an ale.
But they advertised it like they just got it in, so that's kind of what I was wondering too. But I saw the ABV and I'm like, who cares?
I know what you're laughing at. I see it there too, Mal. So yeah. He's looking at Emerson's comments and my 300-pound man on my spine is the name of my phenomenal band. So it means speed metal band.
I couldn't stop laughing. I'm so sorry, Todd. It was rude of me, but oh my God, he got me.
I know that's a badass can art. I think talking on your side there.
Yeah,
I don't know if I showed the whole thing, but you can see
the
whole skeleton over there in the background. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of can art, we'll be doing a judging here shortly. So yeah, the can art on this one, for those who may have seen it back in the day, Spike Lee's movie School Days, that's actually what they modeled it after. So
mine was just blue, and then it goes into crep. That's a crep. Blue crep.
Why are you saying blue like you're French?
Creme.
You're saying blue like you're French.
Because I had to say creme like I was French. I'm saying blue creme. Blue creme. I'm sorry, you gotta get the federal creme.
For a brief second, you almost sound like a kid saying bullshit.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's funny. So I've got the pumpkin ale. We got the IPA. There we go.
This one kind of works. I haven't taken a drink yet, but it says double milk stout, which kind of worries me a little bit because it sounds like it could be super sweet.
Yeah. I thought about chugging. I got a sour. I'm going to drink here probably after this.
Double pastry, which would be
double pastry. Yeah.
Don't chug a sour, please.
Well, no, I thought about it at first, but I'm like, no, I can't do it on that one. We'll have the 16-ounce one, but I'm going to drink that one here in a second. But
I have actually done that, and I do not recommend.
Unless it's from 450 North.
I mean, 450 North or Imprint, you can get away with the smoothie. You could do it. It's like, yeah, you might get a brain freeze if it's too cold.
It's so thick.
That's what she said.
No, you can't chug one of those thick smoothie beers. That's just terrible. It's just ugh.
It's like Super Troopers in a syrup. You got to relax your tongue. You never saw Super Troopers?
See that? So I'm not familiar with that.
You've never seen Super Troopers?
No.
My God, where is Chew listening? Chew, you need to get this woman to watch this movie here. I know Chew's probably seen it.
Yes, all of the great movies in the world, that's the one I need to see. All right, sure.
You do. You do need to see it, though. See, because that's why we were getting the meows last week, because that was from Super Troopers. But you didn't know, because you never saw it. See, you didn't see Super Troopers.
Yes, you're missing out.
Dave is drinking a New Rose from Hidden Hand.
Nice.
And then
Good.
brain freezes are not too bad. LOL. Yeah.
That was unpleasant. say.
Brain freezes. I'm not a big fan of. It's like hitting a funny bone, although it's never funny. It's never funny.
I had the thing of fat tire at the far back of the fridge, so it was back by where the cooler blows, and that was too cold. That was unpleasant. I mean, it was unpleasant anyway because I don't like the beer, but it was unpleasant on several levels.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You had a lot going on there.
yeah.
The only French I know is fries and kisses. What about vanilla ice cream? Unadapted. You don't know French vanilla?
What about toast? French toast?
You don't know French toast?
Fries is pommes frites. I don't know.
What about onion soup? You don't know French onion soup? What about mustard? French's mustard. We can do this all day. We can do it all day.
Je parle français un peu. It's not great though.
Let's chug down the big gulp Slurpee, major damage. Yeah, that would be like drinking one. That would be like one of the imprint sours trying to chug that down.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, a Slurpee is so cold. No, that's just death. That's brain death right there. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Why would anyone do that to themselves?
You probably do it if you were a kid because you're just a kid and that's just what you would do.
And they have brain cells to spare, I suppose. They're not using them all anyway.
No, they are not. I mean, they don't do Tide Pods anymore, but they did for a bit. That was crazy. That was like Tide Pod was a rage, eating Tide Pods. Like, who came up with that idea?
I know, right? Like
someone who wanted to take out a couple people, apparently. Honestly, I think that person came in with malicious intent. I really do, because
I mean, yeah, but on the other hand, he had to be one hell of a sales guy. I mean, you hire him in a sale, he can get pitch people doing Tide Pods. I want him to be selling something out there. He'd been killer on Wolf of Wall Street. Je ne sais pas.
Je ne
I
sais
do not
pas.
speak it. Yeah. That's like one of the first things you learn in French class, too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know is the first thing you learn in French class. If a French person talks to you, I don't know.
That's a lot of training if you took 36 years in school.
no kidding.
I was vice president of the French club. I went to France when I was 17 with my class, and I was the only one of the entire group who could Franglish my way through a conversation. So yeah, that was fun. I tested out of it in college, so I didn't have to continue, but then I was doing opera, so I was singing in 36 different languages. Didn't understand a lick of what I was singing. I mean, I had to look all that shit up, but yeah, I could sing in 30 languages. I just didn't speak them.
Yeah. Yeah, I took French for 3 years. I took Spanish for 2. And don't do anything with either of them now. So, although if I went to pick it back up, I could probably pick it up pretty quick, I think.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn Spanish now. I have Spanish coworkers at my previous job and at my current job, so I have been working to only speak Spanish when I'm talking to them to improve my Spanish abilities. And honestly, every time I see them, it's just, ¿cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? How do you say? How do you say? How do you say? And then I'll say a thing. So they're literally just my dictionary right now as I try to figure out my stuff.
I took 3 years of Spanish thinking that would be the one that would use more than French, but I still can't speak it today. So I know just enough to not know anything.
Yeah. Well, the time I took it, there weren't really any French people or Spanish people around, you know. Now, if I took it, I could easily have more conversations with people. Now I would just do it just to piss off the Americans that hate seeing people speak other languages. I would just do it anyway.
No, I do that too. I have done that on occasion. So.
Oh man, that would be hilarious. But do we want to go into beer? Go ahead. What do you guys have?
I was just going to say I have a smattering of several languages just from all the singing that I did in them. But I couldn't hold proper conversations in any but English, maybe a little French, and Spanish is pretty okay. So, yeah.
And I'm still not sure I can hold a proper conversation in English.
I can tell you can't. You're right on par with you.
Small words. Small
Yeah.
words, small words. So,
Little
yeah.
words. You got this.
Oh,
I believe in you.
man. I feel a little bit more enlightened now. When I went to college, I chose math and computer science. All the other courses were math and computer. When I was in, eighth grade, I learned how to program BASIC, and then eighth grade was BASIC. Seventh grade was BASIC. Eighth grade was like COBOL, and I was like Fortran. It was like, duh, I'm done.
Yeah, math
Any
and
of us?
science would not have been the easy courses for me. Except for trig. I was great at trig. I hated all the rest of math, but trigonometry I can do in my head super easy. Nothing else. I can't even add. Addition and subtraction, when I'm making change at the bar, I will ask my bartenders, double count this because I know I did it wrong. They always double count my change because they know I can't add or subtract. It's terrible. But
Well, it's
trigonometry with all the angles. Oh, I got that shit. I love
yeah. Trig was fine. Yeah. I get to work up.
fun.
It was in high school with algebra, and then you went geometry, then you went trig, and then you went calculus, and then you went algebra 2 or somewhere algebra. Someone had all figured all in there, but I went through all of that stuff.
Before trig, I think.
I think yeah. So it was like all that kind of stuff there. It was like this building block process. And then science, you had like earth science, and you had chemistry. No, earth science, biology, chemistry, physics. And you had to go through that stuff. Yeah. But it was just like at the end of the day, by the time you were done with it and you graduated, you're like, I'm never going to use this shit again.
I'm done. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Honestly, the most difficult math most of us have to deal with on a day-to-day basis is how much to tip at a bar. I mean, when you really come down to it, like percentages now, that's really the thing you have to work. And if you invest anywhere, maybe you might have to pay a little more attention. But otherwise,
yeah.
The whole math thing, unless you're in that.
I always wondered that too. Is like, why not teach you the common math of everyday use instead of the
Yeah.
I know they don't teach you how to balance
math that use
bank
letters
account
that you'll never
or
ever use
to
again.
make sure that things are organized with your monies. Oh no, don't teach them how to handle the monies. Teach them how to figure out the angle. If this angle is this much, this angle must be this much. That'll be more important for them.
Yeah, coming out of college, it was more about how many days I have before I overdraft my account. Like, if I get this money here this day, before this bill gets there, will I still be keep it down?
I know.
Because overdraft fees will kill you coming out of college when you got those first jobs. Like, you don't want those overdraft fees.
A budgeting class should be required in schools.
Yeah.
Like if you have 20 bills and you have this coming up, what do you have to do?
Yeah.
Eat ramen for a week. That's what I have to do. But I'll figure it out.
Don't answer your phone for weeks.
Yes, exactly.
That should have been a class. Ways to master macaroni or ramen. Because we came up with some crazy dishes back in the day when you were going to school.
Yeah.
What we got in there? We were like MacGyver in the kitchen when we had to put something together. Like.
See, I was the weird one in my dorm who, there was a stove in the dorm. It didn't work great, but there was a stove, and I baked a bunch in college. And honestly, the whole dorm would show up in the lounge whenever I was baking. They were like, "Ooh, there's going to be sweets." Everyone got really excited because somebody's baking. But I was big on baking at that point. My grandmother, she's the one who had dementia, Alzheimer.
Mm-hmm.
Situation, but she's the one who taught me how to cook. She taught me how to bake, and I was big into baking when I went to college because I had been spending a lot of time with her learning all that. So that's a fond memory for me where I was passing along Granny's love through the cooking, and that was nice. So
yeah, I was gonna say I was baking some in college too, but it wasn't in the kitchen. Just saying.
A brownie essence?
Yeah. Oh, nobody could afford the flour or the chocolate for the brownie. We just had to have it straight.
Well, I got invited to join a sorority without pledging or applying or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because a bunch of the girls in the sorority lived in my dorm and they kept being excited about my baked goods. I think that's what did it, honestly.
Hey, if you got everybody has a way in, it's kind of like
sorority. I didn't have the funds to pay for the sorority, so I did not join. But I was like, no, I don't have to join. You guys can just have cookies. It's okay. I don't mind.
yeah. You got the skills. Well, I think when I was in college, I was going to say the Brightson's question. I haven't dipped since I was in college. So back in college, I actually did dip for a while.
What is dip? Is that those candy things with the little powder and you put the stick in and you?
Sure.
No.
It can be, I guess.
Yeah, no, tobacco.
Oh.
Tobacco.
Wait, is this the one
Copenhagen? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
That's gross.
Yeah. So worked up initially doing Levi with a lot of people start out there, but by the time I was done, it was like Copenhagen and stuff. I actually had one of my friends in college who was one of my roommates later on, freshman year, we were dipping, and he decided he's like, let me try it because he never dipped before. And they're like, you sure you want to dip? And like, we're doing Copenhagen. They're like, oh yeah, go to give Copenhagen. He started dipping. I mean, this is West Virginia, so everybody was kind of used to dipping there. So yeah. Oh, we're like, what are you doing when you're dipping? He's like, what do you mean? Like, where are you spitting at? He's like, what do you mean spitting?
Oh,
like, are you swallowing it? And they're like, what am I supposed to do with it? You don't swallow. Give him about 15, 20 minutes. He's on the ground just sweating like a hog down there. His stomach's turning. He's trying to crawl out the room to get back to his room. He's just like, yeah. After that, he never dipped again. But it's like, yeah, you don't swallow the dip.
That reminds me of a story when I played baseball in college. So our freshman year, we were doing a road trip. I think we were going to Florida actually for spring break. And there was one of the fellow freshmen. He was an old country boy. Never dipped before ever. We just stopped at Burger King. Got on the way down, got something to eat. Got in the car, and everybody, guys were dipping and stuff. And he's like, "Here, let me try one of those." Throws a big old in there. It wasn't. I don't know. 15 minutes later, his face turned as green as the shirt I've got on. Next thing you know, the van just started smelling like Whoppers because he was just hurling.
Oh, he's hurling. Oh God.
It's like, pull over. We got it. This is hot. Yes.
College rule: head out the window if you're going to blow. You got to get the head out the window.
Right.
Yeah. Man. A lot of people forget that part.
Yeah.
Oh, and him being a freshman was even worse. So the upperclassmen once we got there, they buried him big time.
I am a fan of cigars now. But my very first cigar was a similar experience to what your friend. Yeah, that did not go well. My very first cigar was a very, very unfortunate situation because I didn't know that you don't, like inhale them like cigarettes.
Right, you can throw it around and blow it out. Yeah.
There was about 5 straight minutes of absolute death that I was going through. Before I figured out how that actually worked. So yeah, I'm a fan of cigars now on occasion, rarely, but now and then if I get a hold of a good one, I'm like, I'm gonna have a cigar, But yeah, that first one, that was unfortunate. It was an unfortunate situation.
I will say it's not overly sweet, but it's sweet enough that it kills the 14%, which is deadly because it's like I don't feel no burn of the alcohol.
No, yeah, it's probably pretty smooth. Is it got like a caramelly body, or is it got chocolate? You got
it's thick, and you definitely like on the aftertaste. You kind of get that kind of
like a fudge type thing, maybe.
Do what?
Like, does that have like a fudge type presence or anything with the thickness?
Bit, yeah. To be honest, I don't really taste much of the pumpkin flavor in it. I get more of like the vanilla and the cocoa bean, cocoa nibs or whatever in it for sure.
Yeah.
Like, it's definitely thick, viscous or whatever. Like it's good. I like it. Oh, I mean, if you put it in front of me and be like, pumpkin would have been the last, or it doesn't really say. Well, it says pumpkin spices, so I guess maybe that's nutmeg, cinnamon, whatever, but. That's the last thing I would have guessed on it. But for 14%, that gets you where you want to go pretty quick, and you would never even know it.
Well, less pumpkin's fine with me most of the time. So, although I did watch Ginger Yeti beer reviews earlier, and he had a Night Owl from Elysian, and that's one of my more favorite pumpkin beers. Actually, they do a pretty good job with that one. Yeah.
So I might be right. I don't normally go for a lot of the big pumpkin stuff, but I just saw that one. I thought,
You saw the 14. You saw the 14. You saw the 14 one. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna get that one.
I mean, I think it was still like $8 for this can or something. But I also bought it, but still, I guess at 14% though, it's still not terrible. So
No. IBM card reader system with a tele typewriters connected. Use that to type each command line in a card reader system. Yeah, we actually had that when I was in 7th or 8th grade in our school. They still had that. Yeah. Which is always kind of an interesting thing, just knowing about IBM and knowing the history. I don't think they ever got in trouble for what they did, like during the whole Holocaust stuff, did they? They were literally like the ones assigning ID codes to the Jewish people being held in the camps.
Well, yeah, but they were tattooing it on a person, and that's against their will. So,
well, yeah, I mean, they were cataloging it and stuff, which I don't know if they ever faced anything. I can't remember if they did or didn't.
There's one thing that can be said for the Germans: they're very organized. I don't think
they're
an organization. They're big on it, and cataloging and making sure they keep track of stuff. Like they're really good at that thing. That's a thing.
That and engineering, they got it down, and beer. Let's not forget that.
It's where you're placing those skills. If you're placing it on, imprisoning a lot of people and tattooing them without their permission and, doing tests on them, it's not as cool. But, I mean, honestly, they're really good at that skill. It just seems to be that way.
The method is good. The practice, not so good.
But you can appreciate the method. It's just you have to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, it's like probably you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. I love what you're doing, except for all that other stuff that you're doing.
Yeah,
that first part, fine. That part, not so much. I think you need to chill that out a little bit.
Angles, unicircle, polar coordinates, rotations, and space trig is pretty wide.
I enjoy it. That's the only part of math I ever really enjoyed.
I was being fictitious. I can't even count to 40. Yeah.
I still can't tell right from left, unfortunately. That is a block in my brain for some reason. She will say, hey, we have to turn right up here, and I will move into the left turn lane. I right from left. When my dad was teaching me to drive when I was 15, he would tell me to turn up or turn down based on how I had to move the
blinker.
The blinker. So if I turned up, I knew I was going that way. If I turned down, I was going that way. But right and left, I can't remember. Unless I do the thing, like I write with the right hand like that, then I can do it. But I have to actually stop and think. It's a weird block, but I've met other people who have the same block, so I feel a little better. It happens.
Like your dad teaches you to drive using the Nintendo gaming system. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Kinda, yeah. You got to turn up here. And I was like, got it.
A button. There is no A button. Oh, sorry. I got confused. Just up, down.
Still have trouble with right and left for some strange reason.
Oh, she did. She made the Boston baked beans. That's right. Sunday night, about midnight Monday morning. I'm sure they turned out well. Because I am not factitious about math. I am a semi-retired math. Yeah, Vanessa is very serious on the math. But I think Unadapted was just being funny on his end. But
yeah.
I quit smoking at 80, started again. Oh, why'd you restart, Vanessa? I quit back in 2000. Never look back.
I have not had a actual cigarette in 2.5 years. So I'm feeling.
Oh, there you go.
No, I'm still vaping, but I'm working my way off of the vapes eventually. But I haven't had an actual cigarette in 2.5 years, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. I have craved them. Craved them a lot. I have not done it, so I would have to.
At least those smell better.
Oh yeah, these smell a ton better.
You get all different flavors. All flavors and all that kind of stuff, right? So
smelling like an ashtray when I'm anywhere I am. Like all of my clothes smelled like an ashtray. I had to change out all of my clothes after I quit smoking. They were all just goners.
I mean, I can remember back in the day when you could smoke on an airplane, you could smoke in the restaurants, and it'd be like just
That's crazy to think on an airplane that you could do that.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's funny. I started watching this week because I finally had time to sit down and do it. I started watching the Lakers show on HBO.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like halfway through the first season, and it's like where they're all smoking everywhere. Like I remember those days as being a kid. Like they just be smoking like all kinds of stuff there. Even like pregnant women would be smoking here and there and stuff too. Yeah.
So I will say, I know it feels very crazy to think of smoking on an airplane, but if you think about it, properly placed vents, you have a really good spot for correct ventilation in an airplane. Airplane is like the most likely place to get good ventilation. Just
No,
saying.
I wasn't saying that.
You got the
saying that is,
yeah. Well, I mean, they had the
ashes
well, no, they had ashtrays right in the armrests.
Oh, no,
where the ashtray would be. Yeah.
Yeah, there was some old dude that was sitting there and he was, smoking, hanging out of his mouth, and he passes out until, with an ash about that long hanging out of You're like, wake up, you're gonna burn us down.
I always just find it funny when you always see those old mechanics, especially like in the South, where they'd be like looking at cars and maybe had a conversation with the cigarette just hanging in their mouth the whole time. Like when they get over here, you gotta get the carburetor, I gotta get the carburetor switched out. There was one to switch the spark plug, and the cigarette's just flopping around the whole time. Like, how do they do that?
And they're specially trained to smell those gas leaks because they know better.
Yeah.
Specially trained for those gas leaks. I do love baking, but I also love cooking unadapted, just saying. So I cook and bake. I do love both, and I like the creativity of both. And I am one who gets a recipe, starts out following the recipe, and then veers off in wild directions and sees what happens. And most often it's edible.
Their own twist on it. Bacon, cooking, smoking meat. There you go. Ah, dang, Todd's pumpkin ale looks like motor oil.
Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah. Motor oil. 10 WD-40. A donut with the pumpkin beer should go well.
You should.
I keep forgetting I got like Dunkin' Donuts on the next block to open up. I've only been there like twice thus far, and I'm like, I'm going to go there and give me some Dunkin' Donuts at some point.
Those little donut holes.
I thought it'd be worse than that. Yeah. I have a pack of cigs I bought before Thanksgiving. I have not opened yet. Oh, okay. All right.
All right, I don't know why.
Strikes. God, Lucky Strikes. Those were like terrible back in the day.
Yeah.
I gotta say this before I forget. I may have already told you this, but they're building a walls like.
Yeah, near your mom's house.
Mom's house.
Yeah. When is that going to open? Do you know? Did they say?
Well, no. They the lot it's going in. There was a. What was that there, Kylie? What was the restaurant that was there? Do you remember?
Red Robin, and then before.
Oh yeah, it was Red Robin that was in the. It was
Red Robin. Yum.
What was it before that? Oh, Ruby Tuesdays. It was
Ruby Tuesdays.
Red Robin.
Oh, the salad bar.
They demolished the whole thing, so now it's just the flat area.
Ruby Tuesday wasn't a bad little spot to get some stuff in. I mean,
they had like the best salad bar. Honestly,
they did have a good salad bar. Yeah.
This area is kind of weird on chain food places sometimes. Like the ones you think that might be okay don't do very good, and the ones you think are just okay, and those ones that do good, I don't understand.
Yeah. You're gonna like the soft pretzels that Wawa got too. They'll go good with beer. The soft pretzels, yeah.
I mean, I know where I'm stopping every time I go over to Mom's house. It's literally like half a mile from the house.
What's up, Kettle in the house? Cheers, my friend. Great to see you. Camel unfiltered. They're getting very difficult to find. Pretty good show. I watched it. Yeah, I think I'm in episode 5 right now. And they just started the season finally when I was watching and stuff. But some pretty good acting. The Lakers Dynasty on HBO. John C. Reilly's pretty good as Jerry Buss on there, and then the guy that plays Magic is pretty good, and the guy does Kareem, and so it's pretty funny. And
they all actually play their parts pretty good.
Yeah, dude, I was like, I know they take some liberties with it, so I'm like, is this true? Is this not true? I had no idea about the head coach on the bike. I'd never heard about that.
I know.
The episode when I looked it up, and they're like, no, he actually did have that happen. I knew the name Paul. Yeah, I knew the name Paul Westfall, who's the assistant. Yeah, but Pat Riley, man, Pat Riley probably got the worst one they did on him. I mean, Adrian Brody playing him, he's just like a dweeb. But it's like Pat Riley's like the slick coach that we knew from like the 80s.
He had to have slick back hair that looked just like him, though.
Yeah. Well, when he did like the last episode, he was like, he's doing the side-by-side college commentary. I guess he was in the back, and then you saw him pull his hair back, and I think that's when he starts to take a look at maybe doing a different look or something. But yeah.
So, are you far enough in it yet where Larry Bird's in it?
Not yet. I know about the Larry Bird episode coming. I want to see, but I haven't seen that yet. No, they haven't done anything.
Because the guy that plays him, he's pretty good too.
Well, Chiklis playing Red Auerbach was pretty funny as well. So Michael Chiklis plays him. So yeah, Sally Field's great too. So yeah, they're all good actors and stuff in it. But Winning Time's the name of the show.
I think it's done. I think they just had the 2 seasons and that was it.
They're not gonna do any more?
I don't think so. I think that was the end of it.
I gotta see what all happens here then. So yeah,
maybe on Netflix or somebody will pick it up or something. I could be wrong, but
well, I mean, this one just finished last year, so it might be a new season in the summer this year or something. Don't shatter my dreams, Todd.
Let's see. Yeah, now it's 2022 and 2023, 17 episodes. Yeah, so there's 1 season, and then I was gonna say I thought there was 2 seasons.
Well, I'll watch it as a limited series, but it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Thus far.
When I saw that, I was like, "What? You can't not having another season? Why not?"
Vanessa, I've been a baker for 35 years. Kettle said, "There you go." What's up, Lee? Cheers, welcome.
Congrats, hi Lee. What Vanessa said. I started being taught to cook by my granny when I was 5 years old, and I came to her on Thanksgiving saying, "What are you doing?" And she was peeling potatoes. And she kind of looked at me funny when I asked. And I said, you're not making mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes come from a box.
Oh.
That's when she started teaching me to cook.
Yeah. She's like, you need to come sit down with me right now. So,
yeah. Just like, no, this is not how things are going to go.
Yeah. Your dad's not doing you any favors at that point.
That wasn't my dad.
Oh, that was your mom.
That wasn't my dad. That was all my mom. Mom was box mashed potatoes, man. You put in the milk and the butter and let it simmer, and there you go. You got mashed potatoes. And they had no lumps. All of a sudden, I'm having mashed potatoes with lumps. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. I like it, but I don't know why. I don't know.
I feel like I've been tricked somehow, but I like it. So yeah. It's funny because like my mom, she could cook and she would do it, but sometimes she would just do the box. But my grandma was always like, she would never do box. She'd always go old school when she did stuff. So yeah, something with that generation.
The funny thing is, my mom was an excellent cook. She literally worked kitchens at hospitals and nursing homes. Like that was her actual job, figuring out dietary restrictions, making proper meals for the people in those places. So when she got home, she didn't want to cook the old-fashioned way because she didn't have to at home, you know?
Right.
Yeah. So it was a little different for her. A different situation. And then when she was gone, when I was 7, my dad, it was kitchen sink stew, man. You've heard kitchen sink stew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he literally just raided the cabinet with all the cans and put 5 cans together and hoped for the best. Kitchen sink stew. And I lived on macaroni for about 2 straight years because I just loved macaroni and I couldn't help myself. But eventually I branched out, and now I will literally try any food someone puts in front of me. So except for the spicy stuff, I get heartburn. So I avoid the spicy stuff. But otherwise, yes, I will try all the foods. So
except for the green veggie stuff. Right?
Oh, I love green veggies. Big fan of veggies. I don't eat them as often as I should, but I do love them.
Yeah. Kettle says, I do all the cooking in my house pretty much. Yeah, actually here, I pretty much do all the cooking and stuff too. Otherwise, it gets ordered in. So
me too.
Chew and I trade off. It's about half and half. Or I get food from my work sometimes. So, but mostly we do take it about equally as far as cooking goes.
Yeah.
Shannon,
I don't mind cooking
now and again, but
I don't mind cooking if I feel like it or not. Like when I start cooking, I'll cook, but it's like sometimes just like, I'm not feeling it, you know.
Yeah.
Some days I just feel like sometimes I'm
exhausted to do it anymore.
Well, some days I just feel like eating's more of a chore than actually like I want to eat. Like I got to eat something, but I really not even hungry to eat something.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
I think she saves all hers for
Beer.
Thanksgiving.
Oh, I'm gonna
She makes everything on Thanksgiving from scratch. Like this
Yeah.
one time of year that she really cooks and she throws down and she does a good job on it.
Definitely stopped for sushi today because yay, sushi. So that was fun.
Now Kylie, she'll cook. She's cooking right now. Actually, she does.
Yeah.
But she knows if she doesn't want to starve to death, she has to cook for herself sometimes.
Yeah. It's survival. It's all about survival. So,
So,
yeah.
It's a good thing for the young ones to learn.
Yeah. Adapted to cigarette dangling is probably held on by the leftover tar. And they got some type of technique where they can do it. I mean, it's definitely doing something there.
I know. It just gets stuck there and it just hangs. And it's like, it won't fall. It never falls.
You sitting there watching it, just like, is it going to fall? Nope. It's still right there. Yeah. Yeah.
It's so ready for it to fall. It never falls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sizzler back in the day. Sizzler was a spot back in the day. Yeah.
You know, I would have taken a Ponderosa over a Sizzler any day.
Ponderosa was another one. We had a Bonanza as well. That was another spot too. Yeah. But Ponderosa gave you the bar.
But you
also
also
the hot food bar.
You also had Perkins and Denny's as kind of the fallback. IHOP later on, but Perkins and Denny's.
Yeah, but Perkins and Denny's they were more like a diner type thing or after thing, because they were like a steak spot really. I mean, you get steak.
They figured out the magic though, because they had all the pictures on the menu. So when you go in and you're drunk, you just go, So that thing that's the thing you didn't want, but you want this.
You can just point to it, yeah.
You don't have to talk at a Denny's because it's
kind of the same at Waffle House too. So
Waffle House that way, yeah. Well, in college, we had a place called Eaton Park. That was through actually they had it in Pittsburgh too. Eaton Park was a place up there, but down in Morgantown, and that was like after the bars are closing, like you come in there and it'd be like police on one side of the restaurant, all the drunks on the other, and it's like who's going to leave first?
I will say when Chu and I were down in Fort Lauderdale, we went to a Primanti Brothers, which is a Pittsburgh staple, where they put fries in a sandwich. And I was so shocked to see a Pittsburgh restaurant in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But yeah, loved them when we were in Pittsburgh, loved them when we were in Fort Lauderdale. Gotta say, fries on the sandwich, done, easy, finished.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
King of Road, Primanti Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. Big ass sandwiches too. But they made them for truckers when they first started doing them. So yeah.
I think they got one downtown Indianapolis. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, do they?
I think they did go to Indy. I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I mean, I still live for my Portillo's. That is true. Portillo's is like, I crave it daily. I don't eat it daily. I crave it daily. But
yeah, I mean, when we were up there, we had to stop there.
Oh yeah, Portillo's. Yeah. I mean, you gotta. I mean,
but you didn't get any Garrett's popcorn.
You didn't?
I forgot all about it. Hey, but I did get a beer that had Garrett's popcorn in it, so you know that kind of counts.
I was like, wait, you didn't get Garrett's? Why didn't you get Garrett?
Well, yeah, why do you get Garrett's, Todd?
I'm so confused by that. Like,
because I didn't even think about it, nor did we go to any places where
I told him about it on his way back. Like, you didn't get any Garrett's? He's like, oh, I didn't even think about that there.
You got to get Garrett's, you got to get Portillo's, and you got to do a Chicago deep dish, preferably from a mom and pop somewhere downtown. Like, you don't want to.
You don't want to go to Giordano's.
I do love Giordano's. Theirs is excellent, but I do love the mom and pop places that like make it their own.
The one JT took us to was so good.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think what the hell the name of it was.
I know the burger place. I know the burger place. So I know what that place was. I'll never forget that place. Bad Apple
or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that place is probably just right there on the.
I told you one of my staff used to work there, so she might have worked there when you were there.
Might have been, right?
Might have been.
Bad Apple, right across from Hot Butcher. It's like, okay, This is a nice little spot to be at right here.
Let's see.
You should have come to Ravinia.
Time was so limited. Hey, what is up, Josh? Thanks for swinging by, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Welcome. Thursday night, we do a little bit of a live stream here where we just kind of kick it and drink some beers, talk about all kinds of different things. But yeah, this is what we do.
No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer. No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer.
And let me just say right now, before Todd does that, looking at the poll, either some of you guys are early achievers or some of you guys are just degenerates. I'm just saying. 71% of you start drinking between 12 to 16. Come on, man.
Yes to both.
And if you're wondering, yes, I was in that same group of 12 to 16, by the way. So it's all love. Were you gonna say, Todd?
So now the name of that pizza place was Pequods.
Pequods.
It's a weird name for a pizza place. That
But it
sounds
was-
like Massachusetts.
And we had Lou Malnati's while we were there just because some of our Chicago people here said that you got to get it, and Pequods blew that one away. It wasn't even close.
Maybe Massachusetts came down and opened a spot in Chicago.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm not sure, but I think
No, that sounds like that is a word. I mean, so
Husband bringing home Atari 2600 March 3rd. Wow, that's some flashback for that one.
nice.
make me hungry. Butter's
Let's say
cooking.
hi, Josh. Welcome.
Got some bacon going and some hash
Potatoes
browns.
and a stellar steps. My grandma, I think, used to keep
They're not
potatoes
in
like
the
that
box?
too.
How are they not in the box? No.
Well, I mean, we don't say we get hammered or whatever. We did a chug earlier on in support of one of our friends here for Simo Sups, but
Like
you know,
say,
we
right?
kind of go through the night.
Yeah.
It depends. I mean, it's only 9:22 right now. We started at 8. I mean, what am I? I'm only 2 beers in right now, with one being a chug. Actually, I'm probably behind schedule because last time we were doing a little quicker, I think. So
Yeah.
Todd's up to 14% right now, so he's already moving ahead.
I'm basically 2 and 1 here, you know.
Yeah, I'll be back in some double-digit beers here in a second. Craig in the house. Cheers, Craig. What is going on, brother? Great to see you as well. Vanessa, I cook too much, perhaps.
You end up
Like-
throwing away food. If you're throwing away food, you're cooking too much. If you're not throwing it away, if it's getting eaten, then you're not cooking too much.
Yeah, but she cooks a lot of food, though. I mean, I think she thinks.
Well, I know, but if it gets thrown away, then it's waste. Then it's too much.
It's like
But if
Vanessa
it's all
runs.
getting eaten, you're good.
I feel like Vanessa runs like a Motel 6. Like, we'll leave the light on for you. Like, she makes enough food, anybody can just swing on by and grab a plate.
Honestly, no, zombie apocalypse, whatever kind of apocalypse, I'm totally headed for Vanessa's. There's no
Oh,
question in my mind.
cell phones went out today. It was almost time to pack the car. Cell phones are out. We're going to Vanessa's.
Now,
No.
if I had actually
We're heading
noticed,
that way.
if I had actually noticed that my cell phone didn't work, but I did not notice because I was choosing not to look at my cell phone. So
Yeah.
it's a good day.
Let's see. Hey, college drinks for the first time 3 months ago. All I can say is, where they my life? Well, if they're as long as they're done right, Kettlehead, they got to be done right. But if they're done right, yeah, they're pretty tasty.
I love good old fashioned collard greens. They're just so tasty. It's comfort. It's just,
Kind of curious where you had it, like one of the southern states where they had it like with the fatback or bacon or something in it to kind of give it the flavor, or because northern they'll make them, but they're not made as good as what they are in the southern states. They can still be unless you got somebody from the south that moved up.
That's making them, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be using the lard that's out of that pan that always fries the bacon. You know, that lard is the lard you use. You know, like, come on. Bacon makes everything better.
It's like you tell somebody in the south that you're in the north, like they come to Chicago and you say, well, you got sweet tea. They just like laugh at you like, you don't have sweet tea.
Yeah. You think you first got
and that's like followed by bless your heart.
Yeah, bless your heart. Or maybe it starts with bless your heart. It's not really tea.
See again, I'm bringing Granny into it, but her sweet tea she made in it was a saucepan. It was a saucepan on the stove. She made her sweet tea in a saucepan, and it had 2 full cups of sugar in it. 2 full cups in a saucepan of liquid.
Where was Granny from? Where was she born?
She was
That's
from
Southern style
Arkansas.
right there.
Oh, well, there we go. Okay, cool.
She was
Cool.
Arkansas, about half an hour south of Mobile.
Oh, so
Yeah,
Or no,
yeah.
not Mobile. Montgomery.
You
No.
got the real deal.
Names
She's
from
getting
wrong
it, yeah.
states.
Yeah.
No, I can't remember the name of her town. It started with an M, but yeah. So, but yeah, she did it with 2 cups of sugar in 1 saucepan. I'm like, that's so much sugar.
I say when you started out with 2 cups of sugar, you knew he was going down the
But
right
it's
path.
so good. It was so good. It
Oh,
was the best
it was.
tea ever. I would never tell her that I might have cut it down sometimes with water. I never told her that, but occasionally I would cut it down because it was really sweet.
It was like
Yeah.
it's getting close to bedtime. Like, oh, what are you giving him to drink? Some tea? Nope. Keep it all
Need
hyped up, ready
need to water this thing down a little bit, Like, yeah.
It was really sweet, but I loved it.
Let's run it through a filter.
Right.
And then in the summer,
maybe the second, Craig. Maybe the second. Yeah.
no, in the summer she would get that jug going outside where she's brewing the sweet tea in the sun tea. So she has the tea brewing outside in the sun, and then she's stewing her little pot of sugar, waiting for that tea to be ready, and then she puts it all together and puts it in the fridge. So yeah, she did the sun tea with the sweet too, and it was insane.
That's what drives.
She was a sugar fanatic.
Yeah, I could tell. I mean, who's at the door? Diabetes.
You don't joke about Granny having all the candy when you come to her house. She
Yeah.
actually did. Like the whole door of her fridge was like bags of Almond Joys and Snickers and Kit Kats, and like she had everything in the fridge, but she had them all separated in their separate bags, and they just filled the whole door of the fridge, all the bags of candy. It was nuts. Like,
Candy in the fridge is good though. That's where I keep my Reese's and stuff like that. Yeah.
She left me an entire. She left me an entire box of recipes, like a huge box of recipes. I've been looking through and like typing them up so my family can have them too. Every single one of them is a dessert recipe. There is not a single recipe that's not dessert. Everything is either a baked dessert or like a cooked dessert or a candy. Everything.
Ooh.
She had the biggest sweet tooth of anyone I've ever met. So
I like Granny. I like it. I like what she's doing there.
she was the best.
Vanessa said she would drive up to Maine before her English classes. Class of 800 hours. Diner was 150 miles north of. Oh wow, you take a nice little road trip. Like some diners, though. That's a good thing about being back on the East Coast and having diners around. Fellow students in the dorm on the campus complain getting up and walking to class. Big Daddy's in the house. What's up, homie? Ponderosa ruled. Flipping a Julius Ector Hefe.
Nice. There you go.
Ponderosa. I like Bonanza better than Ponderosa, but
I was a Ponderosa girl.
But the Ponderosa gave you the hot bar and stuff too, with the wings and all that kind of stuff. So you didn't get that at Bonanza. 30 minutes from Chicago, good food, but I stay out of the city anymore. There you go. So he's not that far. He's probably
wow, you're really close.
Well, if you're south, you might be near where Mal worked at Ravinia. It's like you should swing by and introduce yourself.
I know, that would be amazing. I'm the factory manager at Ravinia Brewing in Highland Park. So if you want to swing by, there I am.
But he's on the north, but I can see where he could get some greens around Chicago, though. There's some spots up there. So
you should have stopped by for Valentine's Day. We had lingua tacos because our crazy little Ukrainian chef decided that everybody deserves a little tongue on Valentine's Day. So yeah, he did lingua tacos for Valentine's Day.
Everybody deserves a little tongue. I kind of like that.
He thought it was hilarious, and he was like, "No, we're pushing the tongue tacos for Valentine's." I'm like, "You're a monster."
Well, usually for Thursday night, it's just that's one of the things that I kind of do this show here because we have a way that we do stuff, and a couple of people we may have from time to time that we get up here and stuff. So just have to usually see. I don't like open it up usually like some of the other channels and stuff do, but I'm gonna have you up at some point, Kettle.
Yes, please.
Definitely. And if you guys haven't checked out his channel, Kettle does some good stuff with the barbecue and beer. Make sure to check out his channel as well.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, how'd the tongue?
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you.
Did you literally just ask me how the tongue
Yeah.
went over?
He did do that. He did that.
Did it
gross
sell?
how you asked it. It was popular and it was amusing and people liked it.
I
So,
was just wondering because usually I gross people out. Like I'm not eating, you know.
well, I mean, we're known for our tacos, like our beef barbacoa, our chicken tinga, and our pork carnitas is phenomenal. But yeah, he does specials every week, and right now it's black and catfish tacos, and they're quite good.
Pick up line that night. Hey,
Yeah.
baby, would you like some tongue in your taco?
Yeah, baby.
Exactly. And that's what our crazy little head chef was thinking to himself when he made this dish. Yes.
Yes.
That is 100% what he was thinking when he made it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Because he's a little monster and he makes my life absolutely fucking insane. I can't deny his artistry. He is an excellent chef and he does really good stuff in the kitchen, but he drives me fucking crazy. So I kind of want to kill him half the time and just keep eating his food anyway because it's really
Nothing wrong with a little tongue in a taco.
Yeah, baby.
I did not, however, have tongue tacos because the idea of eating tongue upsets my tummy. So
Yeah.
I did not eat the tongue tacos myself.
No tongue tacos for Mal.
I couldn't. It's called tongue. Like I don't want
Can't eat anything that,
in my mouth. No unsolicited tongues in my mouth. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Don't eat nothing that can lick back. Yeah. Most Chicago's only eat deep dish a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Usually it's the pizza cut. Yeah. That's usually the word. Like a lot of them don't even do the deep dish as much.
Actually, I'm a big fan of the pan tossed, the like the medium crust. I like that.
Yeah.
I don't like the thin crust much because
I like the
my
thin.
teeth.
Hand toss like it's still full, so I'm down with that too.
Tossed. It's nice.
Yeah.
But I do deep dish maybe once a year. I won't do it twice, but once a year.
It seems like the Detroit style, which is like Jet's pizza, is pretty popular. That's pretty popular.
Hand tossed, but it's put into a square pan.
Right, right.
We have Jets here. It is pretty good.
But
yeah, Jets
I
is pretty solid.
Who's always looking for his Detroit pizza, so I might have the Detroit pizza more often than the Chicago pizza. Actually,
I like Detroit. Yeah, glad to have Josh here as well. Thank you, Vanessa.
Well, Jets does that fun thing where they season the dough, like they have seasonings in the dough.
Yeah.
So you do some fun stuff with it, which is kind of nice.
So you didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear me. I said you're welcome.
I'm sorry.
What is she doing?
I'm talking to my daughter.
Oh shit, she about to jump on. All right, about to get crazy now.
I'm just telling my daughter how special she is.
Roger should have got all the comments in while you could have.
I'm trying.
I don't know I produce something that is so much better than me. I'm like, how'd that happen?
That's what you do.
I said you're welcome. That's all I had to say.
Yeah. And for this next hour, welcome to the Shannon Show, as we will be
as you wind down.
No, I don't mean to do that. I don't.
No, we love having you on.
I don't mean to.
It's just you, Shannon. It's just you. You just
who I am.
You come in, I don't know, you like Taylor or Beyonce or something like that. You just command the audience, and the audience just follows you around.
I'm just waiting for the guidance.
No, you know what? Yeah, I don't like that either because I want everybody to have a voice.
No, it's all good.
That's what I do. I take over, and I don't mean to.
I love you. I love teasing you, Shannon. You make me happy.
What did you grab there? A Miller Lite?
Obviously.
I'm just asking. Todd chugged one earlier for her. We did a chug earlier. You missed it.
You chugged a Miller Lite?
We show support for Simo. So you didn't tell. She didn't know about Simo because she didn't see it. But
yeah,
Simo's grandfather's going through. His grandfather's going through dementia, so they're doing like a chug thing. So we kind of show some support and stuff. So yeah,
that's rough.
Yeah. Well, you deal with it all the time. I mean, so yeah, it's definitely rough.
I deal with it for people that they become my loved ones, but I just know them after they have dementia. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a whole other story when you knew them before that. So I feel like that's the worst ever. Like, I mean, it's a comfort to know that they don't know what they're going through. Maybe they do, maybe they don't.
Yeah.
But it's harder on the people that love them, I kind of feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, but we don't know what they're going through because
exactly
they can't communicate. Yeah, they can't.
Exactly what I said.
They can't communicate if they know or not.
Well, I saw that movie, The Notebook, and like got really intense. Like, oh my god, that's a thing that happens. And then I experienced it with my grandmother, where she went through losing her ability to remember who everyone was and what happened, and she would say people by the wrong names, or she would just start talking about things that weren't happening, and it was really hard, like, to watch that happen. And I loved my granny. I did. I loved her with all my heart, but it was really hard.
The thing is, it's like she still loves you. She still loves you. She might not be able to know why she loves you, but
she can't access that file. That's what it is. You have all the files in your brain. She couldn't access that file, but that file still existed. It wasn't deleted. It was still in there. And I had to remember that file still existed, even if she called me someone else, or, didn't remember all these good times that we had, like, that wasn't her fault. It was still in there.
Right.
She just
and
didn't have access to those
names.
files.
She didn't know the memories, but there's two things with dementia patients. I'm like, that I don't know if they're both advice, but one of them's advice and the other one's just a statement. But it's like, you don't try to bring them into your world. You go into their world. Like if they're like, oh my God, I need to pick my kids up from school or whatever. Yeah. You're like, hey, no, so-and-so's picking your kids up. They're safe, or they're on a field trip. The second is they might not remember you, but they remember how you make them feel. Yep. Because they might not remember my name, but I'm always like, I have a connection with, it's just like, they might be like trying to beat people up, but it's just like, hey, make eye contact, make them feel like a human being. Yeah. Right. And it's just like with anybody. They might not have the brain skills, but their feelings never go away.
Well, both grandmothers on my father's and my mother's side went through it, and it was rough both times. I also anticipate that I'll probably, if I live that long, I will probably go through it too. And it's scary to even remotely think about that I'll lose myself. And it's
right. Isn't that our biggest fear of all of us, though?
It is.
Is dementia. Like, I fear dementia more than I fear cancer.
That's what I said earlier. Yeah. It's the worst disease ever.
I mean, at least cancer you can kind of fight, but dementia, they don't have much for fighting.
No, they really don't. They don't.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to bring everybody down again.
No, I mean, I don't know if you did it or I did it, but
But I've managed to I've managed to bring up my granny and my grandmother several times today, so I feel like I'm helping them live on.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
It is a sad subject, but it's also, I mean, it's not a happy subject for me, but it makes me feel valuable in the world.
Yeah.
Because
you do a good deed.
What you do. Not everyone can do what you do. What you do is priceless.
Yeah, you used to see us watching Simo's video earlier. Yeah, it was rough.
Yeah, that was hard.
No, it is hard.
And he's just talking about his granddad. So that was just like, because then everybody starts reflecting back on people they have in their families and stuff. I'm sure. So yeah,
I really need to quit looking ahead in the comments.
Yeah,
stop doing that. I tell you that. I'm gonna end up giving you a word to look up on Urban Dictionary if you keep doing it.
No, don't you do it. Please don't do that.
She did that last week.
You
missed that.
She looked at your word. She looked at your word too, and it blew her mind.
What word?
Your word. Todd can whisper it
My
to you.
word?
Don't say it yet. Todd can whisper it to you.
What was it?
I'm trying to think of which one of
Yeah.
the three it was now. No,
There's 3 of them.
yeah, she looked at 3 of them last week.
There were 3 of them. There were 3. There were 3.
I
looked
can't even
up things that I
remember.
wrote. I
3.
read
It had 3 initials. 3 initials.
Text it to me, Rod.
What was the Philadelphia thing?
No, the Cincinnati thing.
Cincinnati thing.
Oh no, that was Pat said that one.
That was Pat that did that
I'm
one.
lost.
That was bad. That was really bad.
As soon as I see it, I'll be like, oh yeah, but I can't think of what the name
No,
of it
I
was.
remember
I just
Okay.
probably a year ago.
Dude, I had to talk to my therapist about that. That's how upset I was. Like, I was just like, oh my God, I learned things that I never wanted to know. And my therapist is like, it's
Yeah.
okay.
I don't remember, and I
Other
don't
people
remember.
have
I
like,
don't
I left the first word out of it, but if you heard the first word, you probably remember all of it then. But yeah,
like
because I think you probably put it in the spot of your
Watching
mind
her-
where you
watching her
forget
play
about it.
Every shade of red
Yeah.
you can think of was priceless.
But Kettle, like,
I 100% blocked all of this as best I could.
And it's all
Yeah,
coming
we-
back now, right?
I mean, I'm kind of like I'm.
we literally
glad-
said mouth to our therapist.
Emotional.
Yes, I had to talk to my therapist about the things that I learned and how it upset me. Yes, that actually
She called
happened.
up the next morning.
Just
Was like,
so
I
you
need
know.
a quick. You got to fit me in somehow or another. Like, what do you need? And she told me what it was, and they were like, oh. Okay,
Did you tell Chew what it was? Or you just
I
kind of just
told you nothing because I don't
Okay.
want him to be
Because
broken
you don't want to talk
either.
about it anymore.
I don't
yeah,
want him to be broken either. That was awful.
Well, Kettlehead says Oven Grinders in Chicago, great pizza. If you know where Oven Grinders
I've never
is.
heard about Oven Grinders. I'll have to look them up.
Brother came one night with 1 bottle of Rock and Rye, orange slices in it. That was age 14. Well, there you go. See, Vanessa's always the head of class. So the question, Shannon, was the question on the poll was when you first had when you seriously
First.
had your first beer. Like seriously, like you went out to get beer yourself. Not like take a sip or something like that and everything. And so it was like 12 to 16, 17 to 20, 21 to 24, or 25 and over.
Wow, that's
70% of our people were 12 to 16. So
no. I was Mad Dog 2020 until like
What
I
age?
never even.
what age did you start at that? What age did you drink, Mad Dog?
When I started drinking beer, my dad was a big beer drinker my whole growing up, and I was like, this tastes like hot dog water. Like if you boil a hot dog on the stove and you drink, I'm like, this tastes awful.
So what age?
What age?
No, I don't even remember. So when I first started drinking,
You
is
must
when
have had a lot.
you and Mike.
Well, when
Yeah.
you had your first beer, how old was you? When
What age when you first had your first
Probably like 10.
your first serious beer? Like not a sip, not a sip,
Not
not a taste, but first time you went out to.
When we started dating and we'd go out, because I was always a cranberry and vodka.
well, yeah. She was doing the first.
I was
So you started. So once you first started drinking your first liquor that you actually went out to try to get, like you serious, like you went to go get 2020. What age were you when you first tried to get that?
14.
14. Okay, there you go. So
Yeah.
yeah. So I had beer, but I could have put alcohol and just had it that way. But yeah, like Vanessa was saying, Black Label, like when she did it. But then it's this one 14 talking about the Rock and Rock.
I was,
So-
I don't even know what Black
I was-
Label means.
I was 13 in Phoenix
Whiskey.
with SoCo and 7-Up. 13 Phoenix.
13.
7-Up.
And like I said, I was 12 the first time I had like Doers and Cuddy, so I could. That was get out of my mom's liquor cabinet. Like
I remember
Yeah.
though when I was probably, so my mom and dad were still married, so I was 10 or under, and they'd have parties and they'd have people over playing pool, my aunts and uncles, and they'd have a drink and it looked like Coke. It looked, just like an iced Coke, and I'd go over and take a drink.
I'm not realizing.
what
And it
was
was
it
like
Coke?
Jack
Rum and Coke or Jack and Coke or something. Yeah.
whatever. And I think that is where my hatred comes from.
Put a little twang to it.
Yeah, whiskey or bourbon. I'm like, and then my brother, the whole situation when I went downstairs and him, my cousin had barfed everywhere because I'm like,
Drinks.
and the smell of it, like, I can't do whiskey or bourbon. Absolutely not. I've been traumatized.
You've been traumatized for yeah. I can see where that would stick with you.
But then I'm like, that's not really that traumatized. It's just.
Well, Lee, you're probably right. All the degens are in here. Yeah. I mean,
Wait, are they in the comments?
71% of the people were taking their first serious drink between 12 to 16, which I like to call my generation Gen X, because that's how we did things. You know, we got right involved. So yeah.
Yeah.
When you're latchkey kids and you're left to your own devices, you'll come up with all kinds of things you're doing.
I was Gen Y. We said, why not?
Yeah, you were Gen Y, but you were trying to be Gen X.
You want to be.
Oh my.
You know, that was the whole thing. That's why we were Gen Y, because we said, why bother? Because Gen X has already done everything. That was literally why we were called Gen Y. It was followed X, yes. But also, it was just like we were so apathetic. We didn't give a shit about anything because Gen X already did all the stuff. It was like, what are we supposed to do now? We don't care. I was the only senior class at my high school to lose our senior games because we didn't give a flip about any of it. We had no interest whatsoever. We're like, the freshman tug of war. We don't care.
I feel like Gen X, we were like Breakfast Club, and Gen Y, you guys were like Goonies.
Just like Goonies.
Yeah.
But I feel like Mal
had no interest.
Mal is Gen X.
Gen Y.
Gen Y.
No, Mal is at the beginning of Gen Y, and I'm at the end of Gen X.
Yeah.
So, you know.
She's barely over to be Gen Y, though. She's got Gen X traits.
I do.
And I probably got Gen Y traits.
As long as you're raised by a baby boomer, there's certain traits you're going to have because several Gen Xers were raised by baby boomers, and my dad was one of them. So
baby boomers were like, your feelings don't matter.
Your feelings don't matter. You can never call off sick.
I'm gonna give you something to cry about.
You're not allowed to call off sick from work. You need to work your ass off every day for the rest of your fucking life so that you aren't miserable at the end of your life. They were very strict about certain things, and they didn't have time for the whole feelings thing. It was like, nah, you're not actually depressed. You're just being a loser. So pull yourself up by your bootstraps and do your damn stuff. I was by a boomer.
You got the good part of you're more like you can talk about your feelings and
stuff. I had to learn that when I had problems with them. I found out I had problems with them and I had to learn things and be like, oh, okay, so it's okay to be a little bit different. Neat. I will try to incorporate that into my daily life. Yeah. Fine. And then my father, who was a hardcore baby boomer, he had seen me be a strong, independent woman for many years. And when I was 28, 29, I had a complete mental breakdown. You actually hear the snap, which is weird. I heard it happen, but I could not do anything. I couldn't eat. I couldn't dress myself. I literally broke. Wow. When my father saw me in that position, and that was, I came back home. I was living out of the country at the time that it happened, but I came back home and I spent 3 months in fetal position trying to recover myself, and it took a long time. My father, who had seen me be a strong, independent woman for most of my adult life, all of a sudden had to come to realization that, maybe mental illness is a thing.
Right, yeah.
And it was a hard realization for him, and he did an amazing job. Like, I gotta say, for someone who's coming to terms with a big change in, how you view the world.
Right, yeah.
He rode with flying colors. He did a great job, and I recovered, and that was about 15 years ago, and I haven't ever been happier than I am now. So for those of you who are struggling with something, know that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You can keep going through it. And I mean,
It's the
certain
ebbs
things,
and flows
certain
of
things. It
life.
ebbs and flows, and
You have
do the
good.
best with what
You
you
don't
got,
know what a
and
good time is,
count on those
happiness.
people around you.
You have a bad time.
Count on those people around you to be your lifeline and to be your net under the trapeze. You're okay. You can fall.
Oh my God,
You're gonna be all right. So
Yeah.
Your
There you go.
net under.
Write it down in the notebook.
I'm so like if I had enough
Good job, Rod. Good job.
I'm
like,
sorry.
I could be a philosopher or a poet if I was actually like, I should write this down. But I'm like, that seems like an awful lot of work to write all this shit down. So, nah, forget about it.
What are you about to? I thought you were about to write it down. Now I thought you had a pen there about to write it down.
No.
No, hence the beer
Oh.
name, Ghetto Philosopher.
Oh.
Yeah.
This
Ghetto
came up with.
Philosopher, that's one of the beers at Our Lady of
Our Lady,
Perpetual House.
Yeah.
Ghetto Philosopher.
I
Yeah.
came up
You
with
guys
the name.
named, and I
She
love
named
it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Speaking of beers, I need to go get a beer before I do. Big Dice at Pequod's was born from Bird's Pizza. Caramelized cheese sets them apart from the herd. Awesome.
That is absolutely true because that crunch of the cheese that was on it was awesome.
You guys steer the ship, and I'll be right back.
I'm gonna call my brother and make sure he got home okay. Is what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Oh. I saw that Shane popped in, and I know we haven't acknowledged that he's here, but hi, Shane. I love you. I'm happy to see
right.
you here.
Good
I know you said you were here for a few minutes, so I hope I'm still catching you before you left. But I left a comment there that to let you know that March 9th is National Shane's Day, so you can
National
celebrate
what?
being named Shane
National
on
Shane.
March 9th. Just saying. I
There's
wanted to
some
let you know
days
that, and I didn't know if
every
I'd get to you in
I,
time with the
March
comments
9th had
going
like
so slow.
45 different national things for it.
And it's not if it's not National Day, it's International Day.
Right. But yeah, I just wanted to let Shane know that he has a National Shane Day on March 9th. And I just found that out because that's also Rajay's birthday. So Rajay and Shane can celebrate together,
Yeah, Rajay's
being the
a
amazing
nice
people that they are.
So,
His birthday's coming up here soon.
yeah, so is it been his birthday or is it coming up?
No, March 9th.
March.
And I'm March 8th.
And she's March
Oh
8th.
wow. Here we go. Pisces.
Oh,
Yeah,
we got a couple Pisces up here.
Pisces. Pisces are very
Flowy.
from what I've read, I don't know if it's true because I'm not a Pisces. And you know, who knows what the truth is and what the truth isn't. But the narrative is they're very emotional and feeling and you know.
Yes. Emotional, feeling, empathetic. Also, we kind of ebb and flow based on who we're with. So we'll act more like an Aries if we're with an Aries. We'll act more like a Leo if we're with a Leo. And we're supposed to be notoriously bad with money. However, I am an excellent budgeter. So I don't fit into the category on that one.
Hey, but
otherwise,
who said? That's the thing. It's just
and
like
super creative and artistic and like doing all the creative things. That's me to a T.
right.
So.
But Mal, whose rules are you going by when if you're good or not good with money? Who made those?
Oh no,
rules?
it's the suggestion that's most likely the case with the Pisces is they're not good with money and can't.
Whoa! Let's not take shots at Pisces.
No, I am a Pisces. I'm saying.
I know.
It is
Just
a common
saying.
belief that Pisces are notoriously bad with money, and I am an extreme budgeter. I know where every single cent goes of all of my money.
I'm a Pisces, and I'm going to say that is wrong.
Exactly. So I'm saying that is one characteristic generalized to Pisces that I don't fit.
Of your sun
No.
sign.
Yes.
Who is
Way
who's
more complicated than your sun sign.
who was talking that shit? Aries. Aries is probably the one talking that shit. No, we good with money. We
Aries
good.
or
We
Libra,
got it.
It's always
Yeah.
always
No,
Aries or Libra, or
you
occasionally
probably
Scorpio if
It
they're
might have been Gemini talking about both sides of the mouth.
could be.
Ooh.
A lot of the folks I know are Gemini, so I have trouble with that. But yeah, 'cause they're kind of they're back and forth, and I'm chill with that because I can flow one way or the other depending
Yeah.
on what they're feeling. I can go either way with their crazy, but
Rod,
yeah.
Rod, you probably have a lot of Capricorn.
Oh, born yesterday. I'm a Pisces.
I know. I know. We don't need to get into all the details, but it's just not your sun sign. It's the whole birth chart. And each house means something different. And you Capricorns, yeah. You probably have a lot of Capricorn in your chart. Like your sun sign is one thing, but you have many other planets and signs and houses, and you probably have a lot of Capricorn. You probably have a Capricorn stellium, which
Maybe.
nobody cares about, and I'm okay with that.
Well, you're my Miss Cleo, so you let me know.
I got a little Virgo and a little.
Shannon, tell me now. Shannon, tell me now.
Shannon, I got a little Virgo and a little Sagittarius.
Rod, put your hand on the screen.
Yes.
Shannon, tell me now.
That would explain that would explain.
I got a little Virgo and a little Sagittarius, so I'm not bad with money.
Yeah,
Okay.
Plum Power Sour.
Let's worry
Plum
about
Power Sour. Where's that from?
Plum Power Sour. This is from Joyhound Beer Company. The review will be coming up on the channel. This was one of the other breweries that were at the festival I was at.
All right,
sour done with plums. This is tasty. This is tasty.
You guys get started. I got to run for one too.
All right, so we get these comments here. LOL. Lee Vanessa was laughing at Lee's comment about the degenerates, so definitely. Big Daddy says, "Hey Vanessa." Vanessa says she does give a lot of food. Yeah, you make a lot of food, so I'm sure you do give a lot of. I mean, if I was a homeless guy in your territory, in your area, Vanessa, I would come by and be like, "Hey Vanessa, you got any food?" Because you always got so much good food, I'm sure. Some of the beans head to the trucking yard tomorrow morning. My brother has them baking for. Oh yeah, everybody knows how you probably cook in your whole town, Vanessa. So y'all probably want some food when you're making it.
Yeah, there's line up. Bring your
12
own plate.
quarts of beans tight with diced brisket added. Yeah, I would want some of that too. I'm just saying. Bacon and my friend's mom made them. So go bacon and the greens. Okay, all right. They knew what they were doing there. Kettlehead. I can get down with that. Kettlehead had greens for the first time, Shannon. So that's what we're talking about there.
What?
His first time having collard greens. And so we were asking what they put in it.
I've had collard greens, but I don't feel like I've had collard greens.
Yeah, well, this was Kettlehead's first time actually having them. So we were asking what meat they put into it. And they're like, they put bacon into it. It was my friend's mom made
ham hocks? You put ham
hocks? Ham hocks goes in. Yeah, ham hocks with fat back.
Like, if I was making collard greens, ham hocks would be in there.
Yeah, you gotta have something in there to add the seasoning and the flavor.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. Oh no, it was that I had their collard greens too. That was really good. But they made some chitlins one time, and boy, you talking about stinking up the house. Oh, that was awful.
Nah, you're making those. I'll be outside. I'm not coming in. Nope, not eating those. Nope.
I feel like the only people that eat chitlins they're the only ones that don't know what chitlins are and the process.
Oh, they know. They still eat them. They know. They know. I'm just like
down to clean them off or whatever. It's like,
I mean, it's like they got crack sprinkled on them or something, and they go after them. I'm like, nope.
Collard greens with bacon or whatever was put on them. That was
like
never had them.
They make them at work. But I'm like, I don't think these are like legit collard greens because.
Are you talking about collard greens or about chitlins?
No, collard greens.
Oh, okay. I knew about the chitlins. Yeah, no.
I mean, that might
yeah.
One's thing, completely opposite if you did that though.
I'm just like, see people. I'm like, why? Why are you? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's some part of.
I never tried them. I couldn't get past the smell. I was like,
But okay, so.
And I know people that love them too, and I'm like,
I know.
Rod, have you ever had chitlins?
No, I refuse to. I left houses when I've had them before. It stink. It's the
well,
funk.
I know, but
just
if
like
you're
talking
not,
to,
I know.
He just had fried bologna a couple years ago, so he had chitlins.
But I'm like, so chitlins.
We back to the fried bologna again. We back to the fried bologna.
I know.
I like fried bologna.
I just do it to just to set her off.
Chitlins are like the intestines of
The pig. Yeah.
the pig.
They were the scraps, and they were slaves that were given to slaves. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And so my idea of what chitlins would taste like, not sitting in the kitchen where they're cooking them, would be like when we get. My mom used to love when we go to KFC. She'd get the chicken gizzards. I feel like chitlins would be chewy, like a
Gizzard?
chicken gizzard.
Yeah, I
Like
can never
my
get back
husband.
I don't do gizzards either though, but
I'm
they
not-
are chewy. Yeah.
Well, I don't.
But
either.
but they got to clean like I know you have to clean like chitlins pretty good. It's just like it's a lot of work you put in there and just be like no. It's just like why do you still eat that? Like
You know what? I bet past the
you
smell
guys
or
talk
whatever,
about
they're probably
beers
the best
yet?
thing you
They
could ever
probably
eat.
are.
And
So
we cracked our beers open. Yeah, and we sit there with a
you don't
clothespin
know
on
how
your
they
nose.
smell unless you were in the kitchen when they were cooking them.
Oh, you smell them in the whole house as soon as they
Oh,
start. They're all over.
It's
Yeah.
like 3 doors down. You're
Yeah.
like, oh shit, they're cooking those again. What the hell's
So-
going on?
What I suspect happened was the parents made the chitlins and they were like, I ain't eating this shit, but the kids have been out playing all day and they come in and we're going to leave them outside and we're just going to feed it to them. And they probably taste delicious because they weren't in the kitchen
Oh no.
and didn't see the whole process.
Oh, I know.
No.
House that day, and we were playing basketball out back, and we walked in. I didn't know. I was walked in the house. And I was like,
Who?
my friend Derek, when he lived around the corner from the other way, not Derek that you know, Derek Jackson. You didn't know him.
Yeah.
But I was walked in. I was like, no. I mean, like, I was like chitlins, and he wouldn't eat them either. He's like, no, I'm not
Yeah.
eating. I'm not eating those either. I'm like, God, something smells that bad. I'm not sure you should be eating that. We're like, wow.
And you ate what was that shit you ate before at the one guy's house? That was like
Oh, it was
The goat balls?
no.
Mountain
No, it
oysters?
was the crickets, the fried
the
crickets.
crickets.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd eat crickets if I eat chitlins. I'm just saying.
I guarantee it.
Not that I want either one of them, but if I had to
But
choose.
The thing is, when we say
But you get past the smell of the crickets.
if
You
they
can't even
tell
smell
you
those.
what
So
you're eating before you eat it, then you
Oh,
have
you would know
to-
chitlins before you even got there because there's no way you're getting that smell out. There's no way.
No. You wouldn't even have to come inside. You could just start smelling it before it was like.
Yeah.
Well,
What
okay,
what
say
It's just,
you got a neighbor,
it's very distinctive.
but
Very
it's a
distinctive.
neighbor, and you're like, hey, we're having a potluck, bring a dish. And then they brought it over and they didn't say it was chitlins and you didn't go into their house and smell it. Like maybe that's the thing. If they tell you what it is before
I was like,
you
no.
No,
See,
but if they
how it
tell
works.
you what it is before
Potlucks
you eat it,
are a risky thing. A risky thing.
well, you're
and-
not a risk taker. Then you're not-
And no, I'm going to give you the perspective from being a black person. If you don't know what it is at a potluck, you don't touch it because you don't know it. I've seen fights break out over potato salad. Like who made the potato salad? What did they use in potato? Don't you touch that potato salad? Don't even say that potato salad is better than somebody else's potato salad because you're in trouble then.
It's
So
nice. It'd be nice
yeah.
in the back. Yeah.
potlucks, you gotta know who does what and what they're doing. So
Just
Yeah.
throwing out, the Caribbean had a lot of potlucks as well. And of course, I didn't know what any of the dishes were in the Caribbean when people are bringing potluck things. So I had sea turtle stew. I had goat water, which apparently is a mutton soup, strangely enough. Goat water is a mutton. Just saying. I had bullfoot stew. I had all sorts of weird shit, and I never knew what any of it was until like after when I like asked people like, "What am I eating?" And they're like, "Oh, it's this." I'm like, "Ew."
Never
Did you
mind.
like it?
That
Yeah.
was constant in the
was?
Caribbean.
yeah,
Did you like it before they told you what it was?
It was okay. Like I wasn't wowed by. Well, okay. I'm sorry. The sea turtle was really fucking good, and I hate saying that because I love sea turtles and I think they're cute.
I know.
Turtle
I
soup.
love
Turtle
them.
soup.
I love
I ate them, but-
pigs and I love
God, they were
turtle
so
soup's pretty
good.
popular.
They were so tasty. I felt
You can eat
really bad, but they were so yummy.
If you eat a crab, you can eat a turtle.
This world is so screwed up because pig, besides dog, pigs and dogs are my favorite. But yet,
Dog's a delicacy in some spots.
Then I will eat the bacon, and I'm like, but pigs are like the smartest animals. But no, we'll ignore that part because they taste so good. And
we gotta survive.
They were smart. They were smart enough to get away.
That's true.
Well, no, because they were bred in a pig.
Like the dolphins figured it out. Why didn't the pigs figure it out?
Oh my God, I was vegetarian.
Yeah, of course you can't put dolphin in tuna anymore. So yeah.
I want to know what you're drinking.
I'm drinking the plum power sour. You didn't see it before you left, I guess.
Well, I saw the can, but I want to know how it is.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's a plum sour. It's just it's funny.
What I would have thought it was.
When you get it, you think it's gonna be like a purple type shade or something to it, but no, it's very tasty. It's got a great amount of balance, not overly tart. Good sour presence. You get the plum that comes through. It's a very good sour. So,
what about you, Todd?
I got a new idea I want to talk about.
She said, "Remind me to say this," and I didn't forget what she told me.
I was like, Todd, I need my notebook.
I was like, I can't
So
promise.
I told her to bring a notebook before.
Yeah.
I said, bring a notebook.
But then I came up with a new idea. When you pulled that beer up and you were talking about how great it was, I'm like, that beer is the same color as every other beer that everybody loves. So
It's not the same flavor and taste.
I know.
Oh.
You're gonna make me forget what I'm
All
going
right,
to
go
say.
ahead. Go ahead.
But my thing is I have great ideas. I just don't know how to pull them off, or I forget them. I'm like, we should make a beer that's not yellow or orange. I'm like, if you held that beer up and you're like, and it was purple or blue or.
Well, we have other.
So a lot of people are making beers that color. They just don't
Mhm.
sell as well because they're that color. People don't buy them as much because of the color. So a lot of breweries are staying alive by keeping that color in place. So at the moment, we're not to a point where we can just, Crayola everything. So
Yeah. Well, you'll get like blue stuff like on some of the ciders and things, seltzer, things on them. But the beer, I've seen some beer, like some of the smoothie type stuff where you'll get like a shade in, but they're like a thick type, slurpy type sour stuff too, which are good. But yeah.
Choose Brewery specializes in smoothie sours, and they have the blueberry vanilla pie one. It looks like purple, like bright purple. And then they have like a Hawaiian one where they have it. It looks like the color of the stove in a 1970s kitchen. It's that mint green almost.
Oh,
it's that color, but it's like bubbly and thick. It looks like a witch's cauldron. That's what it looks like. It's the stuff you'd find in a witch's cauldron, but in that mint green color. It's delicious, and it tastes like a pina colada with cherry in it. It's phenomenal, but it looks
so
weird.
Mal, if you could make a beer, what color would it be?
Well, if I could make a beer, I would want something roasty, toasty, malty, so it's going to be brown. I go brown with a little bit of red in there. I would get like that reddish color
like
in there
burgundy.
too. Yeah.
Todd, if you had a beer, what color would it be?
Never really thought of it.
Yellow.
The question.
As long as it's drinkable. And probably just your standard color, because I feel like more people would flock to that than say something red or purple or something like that.
That's an answer that I'm not judging.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that's my answer.
Rod, what would your color of beer be?
Probably be standard. I mean, color isn't going to matter as much to me. It's more to be the taste.
So you and Todd's beer would be the same color.
Probably, maybe.
I like those.
Unless it's a stout or an amber, they're going to probably be in that same range. So yeah.
Depends on the style also, for sure.
Yeah. But let me get some of these comments here though too.
Yes.
So Vanessa, first I crawdads in Louisiana, went to a farm and dropped nets in the water irrigation system. I can't do craw. I can never do crawdads. I mean, I know the system.
Okay.
I know how you do them, but to me, it's just like breaking open a big bug. That's just how I look at them. That's just how it looks to me. I know the whole system.
Do you eat shrimp?
Which is okay.
Not
I'm a
really.
what, Shannon? What am I?
I feel like you're a picky eater.
Oh, I am. I'm
bologna,
picky in
no
some ways.
problem.
Do you eat
Yeah.
shrimp? No, 'cause shrimp is kind of a big bug too. And
I used to eat
I
shrimp
like shrimp.
before. I stopped kind of eating more shrimp when it was kind of like, well, shrimp and lobsters are basically your cockroaches of the ocean.
yeah,
And it was kind of like, I kind of don't eat it as much now, but occasionally I will eat some
I still
shrimp
love
though.
them.
Yeah.
I mean, too.
But then when I go to the grocery store and I see the lobsters in a tank that we have, and I'm like, they are like big roaches in there. Like when you look at them, the antennas and everything like that. So yeah.
I bet they're thankful you look at them like that because you're like,
Yeah.
I'm at home and eat it.
I'm like, I'm not going to eat it, but these other motherfuckers will. I'm not, but they will. So your problem ain't with me; it's with these people. So yeah.
Be on that side.
Sweet sun. I've actually had sun tea before. Yeah.
It's so good.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, you missed that whole
Commercial ice cream freezers. What are you trying to stock there, Vanessa? You making a Baskin Robbins in the house now? Like, what is going on?
She said she gives away a lot of food she makes, so she has to look at
Yeah.
freezers.
I mean, she gotta have dessert to go with her smoked meats. You know, I mean.
Oh shit! You and Todd should hook up some point too. Indiana, 5 minutes from the border, 5 minutes from 3 Floyds and 18th Street.
What?
Oh, so now he's up north. He's more.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're only like an hour or something, right, from 3 Floyds and stuff.
Oh no.
Well, I'm about an hour and a half from
Yeah,
Kettlehead.
we're by Kentucky.
Okay.
He's up by the lakes. He's in the.
Yeah.
She's closer than I am to those.
Oh, okay. Well, shit, all y'all can meet at one of the breweries.
Oh, yeah. No, 'cause
Yeah.
on our way back from Chicago, I was like, I want to stop at 3 Floyds and 18th Street.
I don't know who the other attractive girl. I mean, they're all attractive that come on, so I don't know who you're talking about, Bryce.
Did you
I don't
have
think
an
there's.
on?
We left.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Don't know.
Well, that's
I mean, Shannon's got her hat on. Maybe it was Shannon. I don't know.
Take your head off and see if it's the same person.
No, it's Shannon. It's not rude. You said that.
No, because Bryce said, "Oh, there she is." So Bryson, so it is one of you two. Because Bryson said, "Oh, there she is."
Too late. Too late.
Well, it was actually not. It's only late because I didn't get down to that comment. I skipped down to it. So,
It's all you, Shannon.
did Todd teach you both his effective green screen methods? All the backgrounds are looking good.
I mean,
I
come
mean,
on.
I gotta do something,
Oh my
Vanessa.
God,
Come on, you
we're in
know.
the same. God.
I think Vanessa's taking JV's jokes now.
Yeah.
Sicilian style. I do like Sicilian style pizza when I'm back on the East Coast.
Sicilian style pizza.
You churned butter last week? What? Who churns butter still?
Vanessa does.
I think about it though. I think about it because I see it on.
We're
TikTok,
moving there,
so
right?
I'm like, no,
Right.
but I feel like
Supposedly, you can just shake heavy whipping
At
cream and it
Outback,
turns into butter.
when you go to Outback, I'm like, I'm not a big. I don't know if it's a rye bread or whatever they give you, but it's
Mhm.
not about the bread. It's like that. But I'm like, this tastes like the butter when I was in elementary school and they made us do all that stuff, like whatever it was to churn butter.
What are you doing? You doing a macarena? You doing a macarena or something? What's going on over there?
Homework is what they made you do in elementary school. Homework.
About like we had to hand do it
Yeah,
with like the
yeah.
Saturday
Math.
days
Yeah,
or
like-
whatever.
They made you
Yeah.
do math.
Well, if you're talking butter, you're talking Texas Roadhouse and the butter they got. They put crack in that. I'm pretty sure.
Spices and all
Yeah.
that. They put
Yeah, they do, but it's good. It's good spices.
No, it is good, but it's
You know, I've seen people in Texas Roadhouse. Got any more of that bread and butter? Got any more of that bread? I've seen people like.
Roadhouse and just have bread and butter and
so good.
Okay, Texas Roadhouse, yes, but Red Lobster's
Well, they got the cheddar biscuits.
Oh, they're
the
cheddar
red lobster.
biscuits? Yeah.
Yeah,
Put
yeah.
the cheddar
Biscuits
biscuits with
are
that
nuts.
butter, and then you onto something.
No, you know what Red Lobster did though?
You
Like,
onto something.
fried fish is my favorite thing, and I'm like, I just want a fried fish sandwich. Oh, we went to Red Lobster. No bread. You can't have a sandwich. And I'm like, what
They
the-
don't have ovens to bake. They fry and they cook.
But they
They
used
don't
to
make-
have bread to make a sandwich, and I'm like, no, I need bread, fried
Did she call me a picky eater? Did she call me a picky eater? Just checking.
Yeah, she did.
Hey, they don't bake, so how do they do their
Years
cheddar
straight. I
biscuits?
can't talk.
No, they don't make.
I had to
bread.
tease
They
you there,
make
Shannon.
She said they don't bake.
Well, maybe I should be more creative and put my fish on the biscuits.
Shannon,
Yeah, there you go. Cut up your little fish in smaller pieces, put them on the biscuits. Because they keep bringing you the biscuits as much as you want. So
I do that with KFC when I get 3-piece meal with I'm like, and they give me that biscuit. And I'm like, I don't care about that biscuit. But then I'm like, I get to the end, I'm like, I should have just ordered 2 pieces of chicken. And then I'm like, well, I got this biscuit and I got another. So I'll just like peel the chicken off the bone and put it between the biscuit.
But you know they have a biscuit sandwich, right? With the chicken already on it.
Hey, I'm just telling you my point of view.
That's what most of us would order, but you know. She does
You can,
her own, she does her own thing.
you just save you some time. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
Also known as the number 2 combo.
We're all on our own path to discover new things.
Shannon,
Yes.
I know you're like a hardcore yellow beer, but I just want to tell you real quick, I'm having a fruited goza from phase 3. It's called Frog Stack. So first of all, Frog
Oh
Stack.
man, that's good
Just take
artwork.
a
I like
second
that.
Yeah, the can
and
art's
appreciate
cool.
the Frog Stack.
Hey, I don't care what color it is.
This is pineapple, orange, coconut, and marshmallow.
Oh, I'm in.
Oh man.
Freaking incredible. And you know, when I go to phase 3, I only get their hazies. I like don't delve into their other stuff, but their fruited goza, surprisingly amazing. Just
Gozas
saying.
are supposed to be really salty, right?
They're
You get
not
salty on the back end, but they're not heavily salty.
I get a hint
Yeah.
of salt, but it
I
actually
love
adds
salt.
to the
Salt
enjoyment
here.
of the sweet.
And we went to Knoxville. Remember when we went? I don't know when we went down to see Aunt Verdina, and then we were.
Oh, there you go. See, Shannon, hers like a pina colada.
It looks
It's
like,
like
a pina colada,
Yes, that is a beautiful color of a beer.
That's ridiculously good. I don't know if you would enjoy it, but I kind of like to
The
think
flavors.
I think I would
The flavors of it sign me up.
Yeah, that's delicious.
because it sounds like sweet and spicy, like
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't get it here.
sweet and sour. I love that.
Sweet
Well,
and sour.
That
listen,
balance.
the last time you came to visit, we couldn't see each other. You got to come back.
Let me
Oh my god.
let me get through the comments here. Let me see
Oh,
here.
yeah. Yes, sorry.
We probably will, maybe.
Yes.
Big Daddy said Jed's pizza is
Sometimes
good,
It is good.
which I concur. Vanessa said hi to Shannon earlier. We enjoy you here, Shannon.
I love you.
I'm certain my mom knew what was happening, but not all the time. And early on, she was in denial. That was talking about the dementia stuff earlier.
Yes.
Oh. I went to try oven grinders once and it was closed right across the street from the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, by the way. Oh, historical presence there. Fun. St. Valentine's. Oh, fun.
Yeah, what?
Maybe
I like to go
the
see stuff.
grinders knew it was getting ready to happen, so they closed.
Across the street from the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. And you're like, oh, fun. Like,
I like the Chicago Ghost Tour stuff. I'm interested in that. Sorry. The Chicago Ghost Tour thing is kind of cool, so I pay attention.
those guys were in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, connections in the brain get damaged. Yeah.
It's awful.
Her boyfriend Bob described smoking a joint with her, and that allowed her to access her files. So there you go. That's why I know in some treatment spots, like they use like marijuana as a way to help them
For
relax
sure.
and connect more. Yeah.
Whatever works, man.
Yes.
At that point, whatever works.
Bryson's killing me here. Like, is she single or no? Like,
Yeah, I'm her brother. We're just roommates.
Hey, I'm not as much fun as I seem.
but later on, he says, "Oh, my apologies, Todd."
That's funny. Though. It's all good, Bryce. I was just messing with you. Let's see. How's it go?
Oh, that is funny. Oh, the Michael Todd is trying to
Got it.
She said
Yeah.
that last time somebody said that.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, going through Simo thing, Vanessa tears were coming earlier. It was like, that's a tough video. I mean,
that was
and praise to him for sharing it out there because I know it wasn't easy for him to actually share that too.
For sure.
But we need to feel those things. We need to see those things. help those people, or to realize that we have it pretty damn good, for whatever reason.
Well, as Todd knows, we've talked about it before. One of my favorite speeches is Jim Valvano, and for him at that point, like if you laugh and you cry, and that's a good day type thing. It's just like going through your emotional gamut. It just makes you that much stronger later on. So
yes, feel it all.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's hard to be strong enough to feel everything.
I mean, that speech was like what, like 1990 or something, Todd? It still like chokes you out.
Is this the damn
Jim
guy
Valvano's
that was a coach that you always
Jim Valvano's speech?
Valvano?
That was like
God.
1990 or whatever. It still chokes you up.
Get her to watch it.
No, I ain't.
She just heard me talk about it and she agreed with me, but since she's never seen it, I think Todd froze.
Yep.
I think he froze. Yep, they froze right there. He'll pop back up. There you go.
You
He's never seen him. Oh, well, we saw me and Mal both saw you frozen there.
It's probably on our end, yeah. So it's vice versa. There you go.
You guys might have AT&T.
No, she's never watched it, and I was like, it's phenomenal.
You should watch it. It's one of the
Why? So I can want to curl up in a ball.
I mean, you may not.
No, it's just a great speech that gives perspective on life. Yeah. It's a great speech.
Motivational kind of.
I will watch it when I feel I'm ready to watch it, but I don't think I'm ready to watch it yet.
I think you can handle it.
I will say it's like the one thing I watch every single time, and it always brings me tears every single time.
Yeah.
When they do the Coach V classic type stuff or the fundraising, it's just like, it feels like you can't even turn away. It's just like if you feel like if you change the channel, it's just disrespectful at this point.
Right.
It's such a good speech.
No, so you tell me about that speech, and it makes me think of there is a book based on somebody else. It's like Tuesdays with Maury or something.
Oh yeah.
He had cancer and he wrote a book about at the end and everything he's learned. He's getting ready to have his last day.
He also wrote The 5 People You Meet in Heaven.
Yes.
And a couple other books.
Like, I don't think I can handle it. I really don't think but
it's pretty intense.
He has told me what the speech is about, and I've listened to it, and I'm like,
I mean, even the speech itself really isn't sad. It's just the knowing that you're watching his last final months of his time was coming to an end.
And he was
he knew that, but he was all, and they've raised what, billions of dollars for it, probably?
Oh, they raised like over, I think the last one I saw earlier this year or earlier last year when they did it was like over $50-something million, I think, for cancer research or something.
Okay, more than that.
Maybe it's more than that then. Yeah, it was a huge amount though. They've been like one of the leaders for raising money for cancer research. Yeah. But Shane swung by. So hello, everyone. Cheers to stop by for a few minutes. Hope everyone has a great evening. You too, my friend.
Hi, Shane.
Vanessa still apologizing for last week with Urban Dictionary to Mal.
Yeah, that was I still haven't recovered from that.
Because she gave her like 3 things.
Oh, no. I know.
Mad Dog, Taste the Rainbow, all those colors. Yeah, I mean, they were like the Benetton of liquor. I had a lot of colors with the Mad Dog. And now they're reinvented. They're out there now doing stuff again with some different type things. Yeah. Yeah.
You remember she drank it on the show that one night.
You all told me it was malt liquor night. And
we never told you it was malt liquor technically. We just said we're doing malt liquor. You mentioned you should drink Mad Dog. I was like, oh, you should get Mad Dog. We never told you it was malt liquor. We just want to, we never told you it was malt liquor. We just let you run with it.
Like this night, I'm getting a Mickey's, man.
You paid $3.99, not $3.99.
No, not paying money. Who paid for why'd you let me drink this for?
No, I feel like everybody on here pays for it because.
So maybe we're due to do another malt liquor show at some point. Funny.
Well, I don't even know what malt liquor is, and I'm not going to trust anything you all tell me malt liquor is. So I'm out.
Well, if you get the can, it'll tell you right on the can it's malt.
You get you some Colt. We'll get you some Colt 45 or something like that. You'll be good to go.
Colt 45, yeah, that's malt.
You probably do some Colt 45. It'd be all right.
I'm just gonna drink whatever I want to drink.
King
you
Cobra.
all can drink what you can drink your malt liquor.
King Cobra, that's the malt liquor.
There you go. Get you some still reserve.
Reserve. Oh yeah.
No,
we're
don't get her that. Don't give her Steel Reserve. That's awful.
Well, apparently our degenerate number went up because now we're at 73%. Started when they were 12 to 16. So I love my people. They're all like in the same category I am. So that's great. Vanessa said bottles of tequila under the nets and the tobacco fields. Vanessa had a lot of stuff happening.
Oh, kidding.
And just letting you know, March 9th is National Shane Day. Some of the people who are named Shane. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Too bad his birthday's not that day, though.
The more you know.
Yeah.
All right, NBC. Ice skating at the Windsor Pond one winter connected in town. I drank a fifth of Southern Comfort because I had no skates. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect
It
sense.
does make perfect sense. If you don't have skates, you might as well drink.
I gotta have a question
Yeah.
for all of you that you think you know.
I don't have
but
skates.
you don't.
Well, let me get through some more of these comments here.
Get it though.
Pull yourself up by your bootstrap.
Write it
It's a
down, write
sadistic
it down,
thing
write
to
it
say
down.
to someone. It's impossible to lure you. Well, some people don't even have boots, JT.
Yeah.
Like you don't have boots, so metaphorically speaking.
My father realized that and got better, but that was
Yeah.
what he was told as a child, so that's what he told me. So he got there.
Yeah.
He got there.
Yeah, it was like, well, that's like when we were kids. It was like, you have pain, walk it off. Like, you can't walk off all the pain for everything thing, but
Well,
it became a
my
mentality
father-
from a lot of us.
My father broke his foot, and he walked around on a broken foot for 2 years before he went and got it looked at by a doctor because he was like, it's fine, I can deal.
Yeah.
Like, that's
I
that
know.
generation, but I'm not that generation. I was the younger generation who was not walk around on a broken foot or a broken brain or whatever else comes along with breaks. So yeah.
Yeah, we do learn the better ways now, Vanessa. That's true. Cut my finger on the beer bottle. My friends were freaking out because they could see my bones 7th grade, put a band-aid on and went to McDonald's. Gen
Yeah,
X.
super glue.
There you go. Throw some dirt on it.
like Monty Python, merely a flesh wound.
Oh, you fell off your bike and rolled down a 30-foot ravine? Yeah, you're going to McDonald's. You got to go get your Tasty Freeze from 7-Eleven or whatever,
I went to McDonald's after having my. I went to McDonald's one time after having my wisdom tooth pulled out. Like, you weren't supposed to eat the next day. Stop right at McDonald's on the way home. You don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, do what I want.
I live my life.
No, but
Vanessa, you are right.
Yeah, that is tough. That is tough.
no, but
It is.
that is. No, Vanessa was like
Trez?
asking for help.
What up,
is the hardest
Trez?
thing.
Yeah.
But,
Trez.
and I'm
What
like,
up?
my friends ask me for help, or I'm like, you should be so proud of yourself.
For asking.
Because I just can't ask for
Well,
help.
you can. You just don't.
Jesus,
It's tough for you to do it. Yeah.
When I'm sick,
I don't ask for help. Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
my
it's
whole
a
thing
hard
is
thing to do.
even when
Yeah.
I'm sick and I'm laying in bed and I have a fever, I'm like, I need a glass of water.
Oh, there we go.
I feel bad asking Todd to get me a glass of water. Like, I'll get up and I'm like, ugh. I'm like, I'm gonna scoop up and get my own glass of water. I don't know how to ask for help. And I envy people that do.
Yeah.
Just say, can you get me a glass of water, Todd? Todd, like, sure can, babe. And then you're good to go.
No, when I do, and I
It's
come
not
out.
easy.
No, when I come out, I'm like, I'm gonna get me a glass
Well,
of water.
okay,
He's
I'm
like,
like,
hold
go
up.
back before you get everybody else.
I know,
up.
I know.
Because
I
you
have a
have to
hard
realize
time.
if your spouse is the same or some semi-same generation as you, they are going to have similar views to you on asking for help. So when I threw out my back, I was getting out of the shower, I fell, I hurt my lower back, I crawled to the bedroom and woke up Chew screaming in pain. Like I was trained in opera, so my scream is really loud. It's
Yeah.
bad. So he called, he was like, well, we could call for an ambulance, but let's see how you feel in like 20 minutes. And he starts getting ready for work because he's just going to work and leaving me on the bed, like not
You'll
able
be
to.
all right.
And I said, if you fucking think that you're going to work right now, when I literally can't move, I will piss all over your side of the bed. I swear to God, I will do it all day. Not kidding. Do not even remotely
Amber Heard.
believe me right now.
Yeah.
So he was. I said I have to go to the hospital. I'm in too much pain. That motherfucker called me an Uber.
Well, you
He
know.
called me an Uber to go to the hospital. So he rode in the Uber, and every bump we hit, I'm like screaming in this guy's ear. I felt terrible for the driver because it was really bad. Like I was in a lot of pain. He called me a goddamn Uber. He was gonna go.
Why didn't you drive to the hospital?
We were not able to at that point. Unfortunately, we did not have a vehicle in which we could.
Okay, well that's why the Uber. Okay,
but call a fucking ambulance. I'm screaming.
Well, that's
The
like
loudest voice that I have. I'm screaming.
Well, you got health insurance.
Goddamn Uber. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
An Uber.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's probably a regular Uber, so it's probably like a little Kia you to squeeze in. What were you gonna say?
no.
Not even an Uber Black or XL. Not even an Uber Black or XL. It was like a regular Uber.
It was regular Uber.
I
Yeah.
don't ask for help because I'm like, if I ask for help and they don't give me help, then it'll crush my soul. So I'm like,
Why would Todd not give you help?
well, it's not just Todd.
Okay, I was using Todd as an example earlier because you said Todd, so he should be able to ask help. Like Janice gets mad when I don't ask her for help. So I'm just not that kind of person to ask for help though. But
No.
if it was something bad enough, I would. But
It's your identity to be able
She
to
doesn't
take
have-
care of
yeah.
yourself. It's my identity to be able to take care of
I
myself.
mean, I don't need it unless I,
No.
truly need it.
I
mean,
know.
unless I truly
No,
need
and
it.
I'm saying I would
No.
help you just like he would help me.
No, I know. I'm just saying I
Yes.
don't need it.
But it's a me problem in my
Oh,
head.
there's
I
a lot
know.
of comments.
let me try to get down some of these comments here. Ways to continue on life's trials and tribulations. Yeah. Which notebooks try? Some are never written down.
None of them are written down.
We always try to suggest because Santa always has ideas. Like have a notebook by you, and so you can jot stuff down. I have a notebook this time. I jot stuff down for ideas,
Cheers.
and then I put it in my Google Keep or whatever, and then
And then I
do the
forget
pages.
anything down is my problem.
Dad actually gave me a beer 10 years old. Damn, it was good. There you go. Well, the question was like the first time we actually try to get beers ourselves. So, I mean, if Dad gave you a full beer, but not like a sip or just a taste or whatever. So, yeah.
See, beer
I
wasn't
mean, I
what
used to
I would
be-
go for. I'm like, beer, there's beers everywhere. I'm like,
I
I
used,
want
to be
Yeah.
the
something
beer,
else.
I used to be the beer runner, so
Oh.
sips,
Yeah.
but not a full one.
My dad was a truck driver and he wasn't home all the time, but when he came home, he's always in the garage working. And we had this screen door that was between our
Mhm.
garage and the kitchen. And he'd be like, honey, will you go get me a beer? Or sweetie, whatever he called. I'm like, yes. So I go get him a beer. I'm kind of a people pleaser. So I was just like, you know, I like
Yeah.
that was nice.
Mm.
Ham hock's a tasty pulse of bone. I mean, if you're going to make greens, having a ham hock in it,
my God.
that's just for the
Ham
flavor and
hocks
stuff. Yeah.
Beans in the crock pot are the best.
You said ham hocks and what?
Green
Ham hock-
beans.
no, ham hocks and bean soup is the best.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I feel like you got to put it in bean soup there, though.
Whenever
Sounds
I'm not a
amazing.
bean soup maker, but I'm like, I feel like that's like, I don't know how to make much, but soups are kind of my thing. I'll make a bean soup and I'll like every 3-4 years, I'll make a bean soup and I'll put that big old ham. Ham hocks are kind of hard to find at the grocery store though.
Oh, we talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
Clam chowder? Well, everyone I like some clam chowder.
Nice.
Chowder. Clam chowder.
Chowder.
Sitting on the same level as I've never had head cheese. I know about head cheese too. I feel like head cheese is probably a better step up than chitlins, but they could be on the same level.
I never had head cheese
What
either,
the-
and I don't really want it. I don't think.
I eat out of respect to services.
I will say I've
Yeah.
done haggis though, and I enjoyed haggis quite a bit. So
Haggis might be close to chitlins because haggis is like
Haggis
intestines,
is
right?
the-
Sheep intestines, right?
it's heart, lungs, and liver of
Haggis
the,
is
Okay.
an
and
English
then it's
thing,
wrapped
right?
in the stomach of the sheep and then boiled.
Is that an English thing, haggis?
It's Scottish.
It's Scottish,
as far as I
right?
know,
Yeah,
but
Scottish, yeah.
It's actually really tasty, especially with that brown gravy they put on it. Oh my gosh, with the tatties and nips, the turnips and the potatoes. It was really tasty. I'm sorry. It was just
I'll stick to the bangers and mash.
Tracking you by the name of it is what they're doing.
I'll take the bangers and mash, and I'm good.
Here's the mash.
I mean, maybe throw out a box of flavor, fried crickets, hot peppers. Oof. Yeah.
That's,
Wow.
they're
I
doing
guess
the flavorings on them
in
now.
a
Oh,
pinch. Same with tripe soup.
Is tripe
What is
a
that?
fish? What is tripe?
Isn't tripe a fish?
Is it?
I
Say
thought
what?
it was a fish. Tripe isn't tripe a fish?
Right?
I'm learning all kinds of things tonight.
I want to know what tripe is.
I'm not really.
Menudo stinks when you cook it, but it tastes good in the end. I'm not sure about that one, but welcome back, John. It's been a while. Cheers, buddy. Yeah.
But doesn't fish?
Oh, it's an
Not
organ meat
smell
that
good
comes
when
from the stomach lining of farm animals such as cows, pigs, sheep, and goats. So it's
Oh,
It
it's
is
not a fish then.
Oh, you're far
No,
from
it's-
it.
You know, I was hungry earlier talking about food, but I'm not as hungry now. Just
Not
saying.
much.
Not so much now.
I think I've gathered enough information tonight that I'm gonna take all these foods and name them something else, and not tell them what it is, and then they'll eat it and they'll love it. And I'm like, so you loved it when you ate it. So do you love it when I tell you what it actually
a
is?
lot of people won't eat a thing unless they know what it is nowadays.
That's
Yeah.
true.
By
Yeah.
the way, kettleheads, that sounds amazing. Triple
It
berry
does.
real sour. Heck
That's
yeah.
I'll have to take a look and see what the Claw has here. Although the Claw's not brewing in Maryland as much. Now it's brewing in New Jersey because they were bought out up there.
No, but you know what I just thought of? We're such snobs. We get to turn our nose up at certain foods when people are starving in the whole world. And we're like, oh, that sounds disgusting. I won't eat that. And people are starving and like, they just want something. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a Debbie Downer.
No,
It was a snob.
if we go full out REM, end of the world as we know it, I will eat all those things. I have no issue with that. Right now, I don't have to, so I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
it's a matter of it's a matter of opportunity. I don't have to deal with it. So
Problem.
not being a
Guilt.
snob. Not
That's
being
your
a snob.
Guilt.
I have the option, and I will take that option because it's there. It's not necessarily being better or less than other people. It's
You're
just
totally
the option
right.
is there. So okay,
You are totally right. You are totally right. But
like you're trained into this situation that you're in, and if you have those options, I mean, if you have options to wear shoes or not wear shoes, you choose to wear shoes because, yeah, you know, like you have those options. It's just, you know.
But do you ever? I'm like, I'm like, what did like?
You were born in a
say
state
this,
where you
and
were
I'm
born in
only
a country you would get to
I'm
deal
only
with
gonna
it.
write down. But I'm like, why did I get to be born a white woman in America?
That's kind of your parents. That's kind of your parents. That's why.
But but they didn't choose.
Kind of goes on down the line. Like, why
I gotta go.
do
What did their parents do? What did their parents do? What did their parents do?
On to the next thing, Rod. Go ahead.
Why are
But
these
Shannon, the interesting thing about that is while you're questioning why did I get to be born into this situation, there are other people asking why did I get to be born into this situation. So, I mean, everyone has that situation. It's just like you only face it sometimes, usually after a lot of beer, which I'm assuming we're at that point now. But you know,
at that point first you came on.
You're correct.
It's a situation that you can think about, but you can't actually change it. So
I need to grasp on to the opportunities I have to change what I can change.
Quit asking why.
There you go.
Do it.
Yes.
Don't ask why I drink Bud Dry. Remember that commercial back in the day?
I do remember that commercial.
Yeah, and I did drink Bud Dry.
I love that segue.
I did not.
Let's go with that segue.
Bud Dry, Bud Ice. Going to Carolina sometime to pick up a 40-gallon cast iron pot. That's a big iron pot, Vanessa.
That's huge.
Oh, and the JT thing, he was enjoying a Maplewood Doppelbock, which sounds good for his beers in 10 days.
Maplewood's amazing.
90-gallon pot is too heavy, so she needs the 40. Yeah, it's a big pot.
Oh no, I ain't forgot.
Mini lobsters like rod, like crawdads. Yeah, crawdads and lobsters. It's just, to me, I look at them and it's just like, yeah, like big bug. They're ocean bugs, basically. But
they still tasty.
No, the crawdads.
But I used to like lobster.
The crawdads, it's like everybody's like, you suck the brains out.
No, I don't do that.
No, but
we tails, I don't eat the insides.
It's like it's a 3-pronged system in how you do it. I know that.
Then they had the whole crawdad boil, like Louisiana. And then I love crab, and I'm like, crab and lobster pretty similar. And then when you eat the lobster, it's just like really chewy. I'm like, no.
My tap room right now is having a shrimp and crawdad, like a shrimp boil ramen as one of our meal options.
Oh,
it's so freaking good. I'm just dying.
Sounds
like
good.
I've been eating it every day all month. I can't get enough. It's just like a shrimp boil out of Louisiana. It's beautiful.
Well, Dave having a deep fried ramen made it sound very interesting too.
Oh,
but
that was really good too. That's the pork carnitas ramen with the pickled vegetables and stuff. Oh,
I mean,
that
anything
in the
deep
burrito. Choose idea with
pretty
the
much
pork
that.
dipping sauce. Oh man, so good.
Do you guys like?
And, hold on, let me try to get through some more comments because I'm like got a ton of. But to JT's point, some parts of the world, cockroaches, they do eat cockroaches. They do serve them in some countries, so you can't get it as a delicacy. Yeah. Freezer for making ice cream batches, shrimp, lobster, oyster, crawfish, crabs. These are the pork of the ocean. Yeah, some people don't eat pork. Yeah, because pork,
It shouldn't, because
I like bacon. I like ham. Both are outlawed by Bibble Babble.
Only Leviticus outlaws those things. Just saying.
Vanessa turns butter each month. Well, of course you do, Vanessa. Because
it's delicious.
Wow,
quart of heavy cream and best it to butter. There you go.
Yeah, so I've always heard like
That's
shake
tough.
the heavy cream
Yes,
and it turns
and
into
then
butter.
you take the rest of it and it makes buttermilk. It starts to solidify, and that's your butter. And what's left over, you make buttermilk with.
What color beer? What is the color of knocking out 30 calls and landing 50% of the accounts? Our beer called Speed Pulse helps you do that. A product of Nuck and Futz Brewery. We use cocaine. Cheers. I don't know, Everson. The way Everson comes up with stuff sometimes is hilarious.
I know, right? It's like, what the hell's he? How do you come up with some of this shit?
Emerson for the win.
Vanessa made cinnamon nutmeg sugar butter last month for toast.
No,
of course she did,
French
Vanessa.
Toast. That's how I make my French toast right there.
Cinnamon, nutmeg, and sugar butter.
Cinnamon, sugar. Yes, that's the French toast.
Freeze it, Vanessa, and send it our way, please.
Which malt liquors? 40 ounce? Yeah, I mean, well, now you don't have to get a 40 ounce. Back in the day, that's how you got it, was a 40, but now you can get smaller bottles. But
well, you always have the Mickeys. The Mickeys were the little barrel, the little grenade bottles.
Yeah, you know the Mickeys and hand grenades, yeah.
Or Red Stripe, also the barrels.
Red Stripe malt liquor?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Is it? I don't think it's
Red Stripe says malt liquor on it, doesn't it?
I don't think it does. Shannon drank a ton of them when she
That's
went.
we drank was in Jamaica. I think it's just
oh my Red Stripe.
Yeah.
She came back. All she wanted was Red Stripe.
But it didn't take me back to Jamaica.
She's making friends down there. That Todd being security.
Yeah.
It's just pale lager. Pale lager.
That's what
Untapped as a pale lager.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, I thought.
Sorry, I was thinking that one was a malt.
That's all right. I mean, it's a lager, so you get the maltiness on it.
Hey,
So I could
they
see
made
that.
me think a Mad Dog 2020
We did not
was
make
malt,
you.
so don't feel bad.
You just heard what you wanted to hear that night. That's all I'm saying.
Whatever.
I asked for help back in 2005 in Dallas, VA. I suspect that was 30 years too late. When I was stationed in Germany, I had all 4 wisdom teeth pulled out, was starving. 20 minutes later, tried to eat a broth from a street vendor. Didn't work. Yeah. Oh, you had all 4 at one time. Wow. Yeah, mine were like 1. I think I did it 3 times. I think one time they pulled 2. The other time they pulled 1 each. Get the drug spread out that way. Just
I
saying.
gotta get my top 2. I still have my top 2. I gotta get them pulled here in about a month or so.
Just go to.
I only had 2 exist, so the
That's
other
all I had.
Therefore, they did not pull mine, and I'm grateful, but I don't want to do that.
Now,
I mean, when I got mine pulled, I was
like, a dentist was like, no, you don't have to get them done. But
yeah,
now
I only had
kind
2.
of like semi-decaying, so now I gotta get it pulled. So
yeah,
the best moment. Some of the best moments in my life is when I had a tooth pulled, and I'm like, I'm scared to death, so I need put me to sleep when I do it, and then they put me to sleep. And then some of the worst moments is when I wake up and they're like, hey, all right. I'm like, I want to go back to sleep. Give me some more of that juice to put me back to sleep.
I think I mine pulled. They knocked me out. I mean, I don't even remember counting down. I mean, I know they did the countdown when it was like done and woke up, and I just don't know what I'm ever saying when I'm asleep. That's the only concern. Like, because my one wasn't too pulled. My buddy took me at the time, and he was like cracking up, and it was after Goodfellas came out. So he was like, "You came out and you were sitting there doing Goodfella lines, and all the nurses were cracking up because you were like talking like Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro the whole time and doing lines from the movie." And I'm like, "He just let me keep doing." He's like, "Yeah, you were on point. You were hilarious. People were loving it." Like,
I want to be the nurse that wakes people up to hear all their funny stories.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming people have seen that video online of the girl she wakes up and he's
like,
that guy's kind of cute. That cute guy just kissed me. And it was like her boyfriend. Like, it was
it was one that I saw when she woke up and was talking to her. I guess it was her fiance or her boyfriend or whatever. And it was like, it might have been the same one. He's talking about his friend. Like, your friend, like, oh, he's like, oh, he's all, and she's like all into him, and like, it was like, yeah, I was hoping it was him before, like it was you, and it was like, and the guy's talking to the doctor, and it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. This guy's like ready to leave her there at the dentist's office, like she can find her own way home type.
So she has seen me wake up from anesthesia once. I did not speak. I just vomited for 3 hours. So he didn't get any of the fun talk that happens after anesthesia. When I woke up, I had a really nasty reaction to it.
I was going to say you had a reaction to it, yeah.
It was not good. It was not good. So anesthesia doesn't work great for me.
Yeah, when I go to the doctor for something, they're like, "You got any reaction?" Nope. Give me anything you need to give me. I'm good to go.
Absolutely.
Let's get it rolling.
Put me out of reality. Let me escape this world. Yes.
I heard Luz went out in the 80s, but if you got any, I'm game.
I think Todd half fell asleep because he looks kind of like he's
looking at his phone.
I'm texting my mom.
I'm waiting for the drill to roll.
Vanessa has notebooks. She keeps one on the coffee table, so she keeps notebooks.
My thing is, I'm gonna get a notebook and I'm gonna write everything down. And I'm like, this notebook isn't organizational enough.
What's your son now?
So then I'm like, no, I'm gonna get this notebook, and then I have 12 notebooks, and I'm like, none of them are.
Were you a trapper keeper kid back in the day?
Who wasn't a trapper?
It
was the
trapper keeper. Those are the best.
Trapper keeper, metal lunchbox. Yes.
Lisa Frank.
There's nothing better than that.
I didn't know it was gonna be a clean sweep across the board there. Yeah, it's like because those are all organized and stuff. So yeah. The different sections. My patience.
So here's my question.
Don't you put algebra with English? What?
At this place, and you remember when we were younger, and it was DARE, D.A.R. It was an acronym. Do you remember?
What was it?
DARE.
The DARE program.
Yeah. It was against drugs.
It was Nancy Reagan's thing.
Yeah.
We all laughed. We all laughed at it. Yeah.
Do you know what those stands?
What it stood for?
Yes.
But
do you?
Was the guy's shirt actually what it stood for?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
It was.
Do you remember what it stood for?
I didn't until I looked it up. Nobody did.
At least she has the answer. I'm pleased she has the answer.
I was thinking the D was for drugs.
Drugs.
And the R was for response, right?
But no, we got to go in order. DARE.
And then E was emergency, I thought, but
emergency.
I think it might have been
really ecky.
There you go.
I just remember us laughing at the DARE cops being pissed off because we were kind of laughing when they were kind of going through the program back in the day. It was like,
it was.
What's it stand for, Shannon?
No, we can look it up on Google. That's what we did at the bar.
Well, you brought the story up.
I thought you looked it up already.
I did, but I already forgot. That was like 3 hours ago.
But you asked me to remind you.
Lungs on the level of cow
resistance.
Drugs are really
drug abuse resistance education.
Oh, I was off then. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could have came up with something better.
So DARE stands for drug abuse resistance education. Yeah, lame, boo.
Yeah,
Good-
it's like
That was-
Smokey the
good
Bear.
story.
Smokey the
Yeah.
Bear had
Smokey
a
the
better
Bear?
story.
How come they didn't bring that back in the 90s with meth and everything, though?
No, we didn't have meth. This is
No, in the
regular
90s.
story, not
No, in the
meth.
80s. In the 80s, it was crack and they were doing dare. But when meth broke out later on, they didn't do anything.
Or
They're
the
like, oh, we got to
opioids,
do the
shit.
opioids. It's
Well,
like,
you guys
oh.
were in the big
The
city
opioids.
and we weren't. Like, I didn't hear about meth until like the internet came out.
The guy was breaking in my car.
That's
I remember.
like,
I remember seeing those things on meth in the news where people going and stealing like racks of golf clubs, taking them out so they could sell them. It was crazy. People walk right into a Kmart, take a whole thing. I guess they still do that now, like in places.
Yeah.
but not at Kmart because they
Tripe
closed.
soup, cow stomach. Oof. No, pass on that. Yeah, JT said tripe, cow stomach as
Hey,
well.
a cow has 4 stomachs, so if you take one, can they still be okay?
I don't want the stomach though.
Oh, it's true.
stomach.
No, the cow tongue.
No, you can just eat it more.
the cow tongue.
No, if you
That
take his
is my
tongue, you
most
can't do
traumatic
shit because that's
ever.
how he like does the cud thing. He needs the tongue. But if you take one stomach of the 4, is he all right?
If
Yeah,
they,
well,
if
well.
they flavor it up with some other ingredients.
Inquiring
and mix
minds
it
want to
in.
know.
Why are we like the only? Why are we like the only species that like takes milk from another animal? Why is that?
Because it would be awful if you used women for any more than they've already been used for and been like, hey, here's some milk for you. Hey, let's not make you just useful for sex. Let's take the milk out of you too.
You're a goddamn walking, talking milk bag. Come over here.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, we're already, yes.
I didn't see those answers coming, folks. That caught me off guard there.
That was
How about we
amazing.
just don't have milk?
We don't really need it. I mean, you need it when you're like a kid growing up. You don't really need it as much when you're later on in life. But
Honestly, for women, they should continue to drink milk because the calcium helps with osteoporosis, which is common for women. So.
But can't you get calcium? Like you can do that through supplements and stuff,
You
right?
can do it
Or is it not enough?
But honestly, who doesn't love a good glass of milk?
Oh my
once in a
God,
while?
this is the thing. Me and my brother were talking. Well, my brother wasn't talking.
Not breast
We
milk, but
barely
you know,
listened.
milk.
I mean, I haven't drank regular milk in a year. I was drinking almond milk or.
I thought you were gonna say breast milk. I was like, whoa,
Right, yeah,
whoa, TMI, man.
Let's not point fingers. Let's not.
After hours. So
It's not about fingers pointing. It's something else
No,
pointing.
but here's the thing. I'm like, I have a question. It's like, how did we get to the point? You know, they keep talking about like the Russian nukes up and the satellites and all that stuff. And what we've done is we've made a piece of paper. This is dollar bill. I'm like, how did we we used to be like, all right, we have land, we need to make our own food, we have our animals or our plants, but the whole world has made it about a piece of paper called a dollar bill. And I'm like,
well, people's always had that.
It's cute when you talk about the dollar because now they're going to all digital and you're not going to have dollars.
yes, but
so.
even that, I said that, my brother was like, well, at
Don't
first-
even do that because
Yeah.
That's just
but
the
then
rise
my
of
brother was like,
civilization.
no, it was gold. And I'm like, well, why?
It was gold back that we got off the gold back in. Yeah.
But I'm like, how did people be like,
Because
okay,
one guy would say, I'll trade you 2 chickens for 3 pigs.
A
And
barter
another guy would
system.
say, I'll trade you 2 chickens for 4 pigs. And it wasn't equalized, it wasn't normalized. And finally people were like, fuck you guys being all weird, picking out random shit. No. Dollar
so
is a dollar.
we're gonna take it to
Yes.
a piece of
This is
metal.
how it works.
Well, was it?
And then we're gonna take it to a
Trading.
piece of
It was an industrialization of the world. So it was basically gold as a precious element became of a higher value opportunity. And so we were able to mine that and it would actually have power because you can do different things with gold. That's what made it so strong.
No, but I'm
And
saying, like, how did they evolve to that? I'm like, I could be like today.
Just like all the everything
I
else in
If
Yes.
enough
society's
people
evolved.
listen to me, if enough people listen to me, I could pick up a beer can and be like, "Hey, this is the new.
If you can make it worth a lot of money, you could.
This is the
You
new
could.
thing of value." And so,
Oh, you totally could. If you
Yeah,
get
you
enough people
could.
behind
If
it,
it was that the case, yeah.
you could
how
totally
do you
do
get?
that.
How do you get enough people to believe? I'm like,
The
no.
same thing you're doing with the same thing people are doing with Bitcoin and stuff
I was
right now.
gonna
You
say
get enough
exactly
people
what they're doing
involved.
with
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin,
People's like making
Ethereum,
millions off of
Bitcoin,
nothing.
all the things.
Right.
You have nothing
But if
worthwhile.
if something happens and we're all back down to the basics, that gold, that piece of paper, the dollars, they're not going to matter. The things that matter is food.
That's
in your
why
belly,
that's why when the
your
economy
love.
crashes, people look to buy gold because gold is something of a higher value because it's conducive, it can do different things as far as it's stronger than it's a piece of paper. So that's why when markets go bad, you see all the people start advertising about buying gold coins and all that
You're
kind
right.
of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
is it more valuable than having a garden that can feed yourself, or more valuable than a roof over your head? That you
But a lot of people don't
went-
have that though. A lot of people don't have that. It's the thing.
No, because we put value into a dollar or a piece of gold.
Yeah, and that's just the growth of capitalism, industrialization, all that kind of stuff. So it moves forward in a progression that you have
doesn't
that.
matter to the
There's
people.
some parts in the world where they don't have that, and they're still living the same way they lived 1,000 years ago. There's some tribes that I've never seen anybody outside their tribe. They've done stories on them before, and they still have a simple, basic way of life, and it basically works for them. So,
Shannon, how many dollars would you pay to eat brain tacos?
What?
How many dollars would
yeah,
you pay?
brain tacos. Yeah, so Big Daddy said his buddy ate steaks of tacos for a week, raved about them, so he found out they were brains. Never ate them again, liking them scrambled eggs.
I'd be like, why did you tell me they were brains? Because I was really enjoying.
Like, this is like your brain on drugs. Because remember they did the egg
I'd be like,
commercial.
you're a
Right, yeah.
big
They did the
buzz.
egg commercial when your brain on drugs. So yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
no brains should be cooked in my home. No dang bull balls either. Yeah, no Rocky Mountain oysters.
No Rocky
Mountain
Mountain
oyster.
Yeah. Well, we talked about face of death numerous times. You can the
Yeah.
monkey.
Oh
They
my
can eat the brain. Yeah.
That's so true.
I'll suck the heads of the lobsters and the crawdads. Suck the heads of the lobster and crawl.
Nope.
Would you eat stuff in the lobster head? Nope.
I eat the tails. I do not eat the other stuff. I can't do it. I can't.
What's up, Sammy? Cheers, homie.
Hi.
Damn, that's it. Chew's in the house. Hello, all. Hey, Chew.
Oh, yeah. We must have got off
Ooh.
I'm not happy with Mal eating so much shrimp ramen. She's been having seafood breath lately. Oh,
That is true. That is true. I've been eating like all seafood all week, all month. Actually, it's been
Yeah.
terrible.
There's the Red Stripe Lager. When I was in a band, we outlawed Red Stripe as a scene to make all of us mean and fight.
Really, it just makes me giggly.
Consider it's like a Jamaican beer. You don't usually see that because they're like usually pretty calm, but they do have other substances too. So
Well, sure,
It
yes.
always made me
Yes, they do.
giggle. Like I got the giggles, and then I was fine.
yeah.
I think I should be a Jamaican.
Cheers, Craig. Have a great night, brother.
See you, Craig.
In the Army, I was awake for my wisdom teeth extraction. You were awake for the wisdom? They must have not been embedded then. It's deep.
I go pee.
Gen X. You know, I'm Gen X. They knocked me out then. I was good with it because you got the good drugs.
That's what they asked me. He's like, do you want to be knocked out? I was like, yeah, probably, I guess.
It's like, what do you think? Cambridge Limited Notebooks, hardback, folds, flatters, like 60 double wire loop. You got that notebook down to a science there. Such a scam. Yeah, such a waste of money, too, with the whole DARE program. Drug abuse resistant. Look at that. Chew chimed in. I don't know if he knew that. I don't know if he knew that or he looked it up and typed it in because he knew.
Big
He
Google
knew I
it.
was so far behind in
You
comments.
know, he looked it up.
Yeah.
Come on, Chew.
Unless Chew was a narc back in school. He might have been a narc.
Well, that's a possibility.
He might have been. I don't know. He's not a narc now, but I could see it. I could see it.
Two molars pulled about 5 years apart last decade when the dentist had to get extra help because he couldn't break free. No, Vanessa being tough? No. That doesn't happen.
Never.
Extra bone broth in my jaw and neck. Oh, wow.
Bone broth?
Bone broth. So
I'm confused. Are you just eating too much of it and it's leaking in there? What? Bone broth.
Yeah. Peggy's in the house. Cheers, Peggy. Happy Thursday. It's been a while. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully your son's being a good. Hopefully your son's being a good son. What?
He watches all the time. I said, you need to at least come in to say hi. It's like help Rod out a little bit.
James, I never said the tripe was vegan.
Did you say type? I don't know. It was a cow's stomach. I don't know how you say it.
Yeah. I searched it and found out it was like organ meat. So obviously, but I didn't know what it was.
Thanks to heck. So maybe that gives a run into chitlins. Might be that bad of a smell.
No doubt.
Do you eat chicken breasts?
Among other yes.
But that's nothing compared to tripe.
You're right.
No reaction, like a super delayed reaction from you guys. Just saying.
Yeah, although I'm more of a fan of the leg and the thighs or the wing more than the breast.
I've heard that about you.
The white meat sucks.
Yeah. Without milk,
I'm a dark fan too.
Well, it's not that without milk. The thing is, we drink milk longer than we need to drink milk, and we're the only species that drinks milk from another animal.
Right.
So that was the thing there. Yeah.
But would you know, I thought we were talking about the white and the dark meat, but it's like you wouldn't know. The white meat would be good if you never had the dark meat. You'd be okay with the white meat.
If you never knew the difference, maybe.
Yeah, because the turkey and the chicken, I'm like, I want the legs, the thighs, the breast.
But if you've had other meats, you'd be like, I just don't want chicken then. Like if you had a steak and it was chicken, you'd be like, I just rather have a steak or a burger. I don't want the.
That made me laugh for a completely different reason.
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
That's fair. That's very fair.
I live in a strong dairy farming area and don't even know the answer to that, Mal. Good question.
Thank you, sweetie.
That was on the stomach, I believe.
Yeah, the tripe.
Same people came up with Derek, came up with Mena, Arkansas. Maybe that's what you were thinking of. Mena, you said with the M, largest bipartisan drug operation on U.S. land, but senior Bill Clinton, and then crack problem. Cheers.
Yeah, they came out with DARE for us to be distracted from the Colombian drug war.
Yeah. Or Contra, we were funding stuff.
From the Colombian drug war. Not,
Honestly, I don't have a hard time being distracted from that because I'm not in Colombia.
Milk always on hand.
Just saying.
Big Daddy, you still going through Yingling? Even though Ross, I wasn't slamming them last week. I was just talking about how much you brought back in your trunk load that time. Because you went all in when you went to Indiana to get them. I like Yingling still.
Let's still
I just actually
get them there in Chicago.
I just actually shared a piece. Yingling is bringing back their Bach this year for an anniversary release. Yeah, so you'll be able to get that wherever you get Yingling. Yeah, if you get Yingling, I mean, you may have to try to Indiana like Big Daddy does, but
that's still mind-boggling that you guys can't get Yingling there.
Yeah. Oh, shut up, Ty. You just got a Wawa.
I know. That's true. But we're also like Sunday sales of beer was the last ones ever in the country. So,
Yeah. Yeah, you got to buy more.
England in Chicago doesn't. They have 4,000 other beers. So,
And Tennessee's trying to do warm beer like Indiana now, too.
We do have
not enough gold to reach the level of the monies on the market. No, not now because rumor is we don't even have that much gold in Fort Knox anymore either. Like it got all moved or sold off. It's just like they said one of the worst things we did is come off the gold bucket, but it is what it is. What is up, Greg? Welcome, my friend. Great to have you. It's anytime you join, it's the right time with us. Depends where the train is out on the tracks, but sure fun bunch.
We get off the track pretty often. It's cool.
From Detroit, their program was huge. Huge, was it?
That's what he's saying.
I feel like that's what he's saying. He's saying it's huge. I feel like it was a money pit for a lot of cities.
Wait, you have to measure with one arm off, right? The fish was this big. The one arm out
You're
of the
right, exactly.
Yeah.
fish was this big. Oh, bone
Bone gross.
That makes so much more sense. Thank you. I'm glad that you clarified.
Bone gross. Cow is vegan, so why wouldn't his stomach be vegan? Because it's part of the meat.
I mean,
Because cow's a living animal. So if you're eating part of the cow, you're eating a living animal, so it can't be vegan.
I mean, the cow eats.
The cow's living a vegan life.
If
Right.
you're eating the cow, you're not vegan. The
Right.
cow itself eats vegan.
Yeah. We have a lot of animals through the years.
Cheers, man.
One wisdom tooth wasn't even crowning. They butchered it out. I feel it was an experiment. A lot of ooh, that sucks.
You should have got the fucking IV juice and go to sleep, and you would never know what happened.
Some dude said he wished he could get Yingling, and Rod said, "Do you though? Do you though?" Did I say that? I may have said that, but that's all with tongue in cheek because I get Yingling here, and I will get their Bach when it comes out as well to see it. Hey, see y'all next time. I'll see the salmon. All right, JT. Great to have you, brother. Have a great night, my friend.
Cheers, man.
Yeah. Did you get another beer?
No.
Oh, I thought Todd got another beer when he got up. Okay.
No, he didn't. He had to go to the bathroom.
Well, I finally got caught up on the comments there. So,
Woohoo!
but I guess we'll hold off the beer news to next week, maybe.
Can I hear turnaround before we go?
Do I?
You just can't throw it out there just to throw it out there. I mean, there's no.
Don't
I don't have a good lead in because I've had 3 beers.
You always have 3. You always had 3 beers.
But I had to chug one today, so I don't have a good lead in. I'm sorry. I can't segue well.
And she's an hour behind us, Rod. So you know.
And it's early for me. I'm still going to be up for another 4 hours before I go to bed.
And I was just kidding. I did.
Me too,
Wow.
'cause I'm on night shift
I was just
now.
kidding. I did crack another beer, but doesn't mean you have to stay on any
I got
longer.
you.
I
understand.
mean, do we try to push to 11:30 and do beer news or what?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
11:30 and then
Beer
spot quit.
news!
All right.
do it, Rod.
I was like, gosh, but you gotta
Turn around. Turn around. All right.
So much.
Let's see. Evers just says, "Man, I just I want to see a carnivore cow. That shit would change the game. A big old badass thirsty for blood, moving over the place. Nice. Well, we've had a cocaine bear, so maybe we'll have a carnivore cow at some point.
Doesn't that sound like a Stephen King book? I feel like he had a story about carnivore cows, but
Yeah.
No, we should write a book about.
Well, let me grab a beer before we do the beer news.
twisted
I'm
his
gonna
arm.
grab a beer
See
too.
what
You
happened?
two
He
talk.
twisted
Oh
his
no,
arm.
she's gone. Shit. They got away before me. I can't run.
She can still hear you.
Oh, wait, I need another beer though.
Go ahead.
Wait,
Yeah, I was just
talk to them, Todd. Talk to them.
Huh?
Oh, Rod's gone too.
Yeah, they're both gone. So
That's
And
like-
when we can't see the comments, so
No, that's like the time when.
you entertain Dancing Monkey.
No, that's like the time when.
Just take a sip or no?
No. What's this one? You, me, Mr. PB. That's really good.
There you go.
But I kind of feel like those things are like so rich. It would take me like an hour to drink all that.
Possibly. Chocolate peanut butter milk stout.
Look at
What is it?
Rod going old school with the wires. He's got to plug it in.
It's always wired though.
Yeah, he's always got that.
You know, something really sad happened to me today.
What's that?
Is I have this speaker and I carry it around all over the house when I play my music.
Yeah.
And it like the charging and when it gets low, it goes, what's it say? Speaker low or
Battery low.
Battery
Battery low.
low. Battery
Oh,
low.
but it's not plugged in all the way. Yeah.
Right. Well, today I
Or
went
it
to
doesn't charge it.
plug it
Or it
in.
doesn't charge. Yeah.
The whole thing, and we use it to play karaoke sometimes because
I mean, it was a $30 speaker that she got from work. So.
Yes. Oh my God, it was one of my most favorite things ever, though. So today I was like getting ready, and
she rolled around the house like you're in the airport with her luggage.
Yeah,
you
it
know,
was.
carrying it down.
Yeah.
Here she
I'm
comes.
like, I just need my music. I need my music wherever I go.
Blaring her music.
And then I was like, Todd, it's dead. I texted him. I'm like, it's dead. I'm gonna order a new one. I'm like, we got our bank account. We have our joint accounts and our separate accounts. And I'm like, I'll order it on my own, but I bet Todd will split it with me if I ask. So,
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, my speaker's dead. Our speaker's dead because we enjoy it together. You know, we'll sing and
we'll karaoke on it to ourselves.
And these
sing bad in front of nobody.
Karaoke. Okay.
And so I'm like, this is one of the saddest days.
Do you sing Total Eclipse of the Heart?
Oh, but you know what? Honestly, we sang karaoke last Friday.
And it was fucking awful.
Well,
I seem to have a good time.
Sue says, "Why is Shannon in the back row?" I think Todd's just leaning forward, but yeah, I think like
Well, no, her
Rob,
tears
what'd you do?
behind mine for sure. Yeah.
what? Who did what?
What are you doing?
What'd you say now?
What are you drinking?
Same thing, another sour.
Ah.
Like go through this. I wasn't gonna get a stout, but I'm like, I better stick with the sour right now.
I'd like to be an exhibit A of poor choices made while drinking. I'm having a Phase 3 Imperial Niu Toasted Coconut Imperial Porter.
Ooh.
Gold.
What's the ABV on that one?
It's actually really pretty, but it is a 12%.
Wow.
Because I make poor choices when I've had 3 beers. Just
saying. Yeah, you're good.
PSA number 1, you make poor choices after 3 beers and you go for a 12%er because you don't think about that. And, well, I'm just
that's high for a porter.
You know what review? Hold on. I'll tell Mal. You know what review I'm doing this weekend?
Yeah.
A Miller Genuine Draft.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been looking for one of those. I can't find them.
I ended up picking up one at our corner store. What do you got, Sandy, before I do the beer news?
That's fucking fantastic.
It's a beer question. What would you rather drink? A light beer, like if you had a lighter beer that was easier, faster to drink, or would you rather have a beer that's more hearty, that's got higher ABV? Which one would you rather drink?
Great question. It depends on if it's 9 a.m. or 4 p.m. Just saying.
Okay, we'll go with 4 p.m.
Or if it's 70 degrees or 95 degrees,
yes,
too.
that matters too.
There's a lot of stipulations. It actually is. Sure.
Because if I'm starting at 9 a.m. and it's like St. Patrick's Day, I'm going to go for the light shit because I know I'm going to be drinking until 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm like planning ahead.
I mean, if it's keg and eggs, I have to,
it's
choose
like
wisely.
when you write a check
heck yeah.
and you didn't mean to, and you write void across it.
Keg and eggs.
Yeah. She says 12%. I better get home soon. So yeah. She's digging in right now.
Yeah, Chew, you better, because this is a killer, and you're gonna love it. It tastes like an Almond Joy, like slightly less sweet, but it tastes like a freaking Almond Joy. It's so good.
Too bad it's gonna be gone before you get home, Chew. You better hurry.
Oh shit, we're gonna start talking about.
Better hurry, Chew. Get that lift.
I didn't mean to do that.
All right. Order in the court. Order in the court.
Order in the court.
Somebody's got a court order. What? Keep my name out of your mouth. That Will Smith will never die. I just tell you.
Never.
There'll be variations on that forever. So let's jump into the beer news.
Not that one.
What was that?
I said, "Here come the Men in Black." Oh wait, not that song. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, that was our first date. We went and saw Men in Black in the theater.
Oh, look at that. Interesting. So, I just actually did a review on one of their beers, but Flying Fish is actually filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. However, good thing is Guilford Hall, which actually is my pretty much local brewery here that I go to all the time,
Oh, really?
is taking on the Flying Fish rights. So they're actually getting all the recipes and getting everything to the beers. They're going to distribute everything for them on the East Coast. So they're going to keep the name alive, which is actually phenomenal for me because I like what Flying Fish is doing. I just did the one on the fried ice cream stout, which is a great little stout there with vanilla ice cream, cinnamon. Oh, it was
Sounds
tasty.
really good.
Yeah. Well, now my local spot will be making the beers, so I'll be able to get them a little bit easier even. So if you were a Flying Fish fan like Alex and BJ and them up in New Jersey, Bart and all of them, you'll be able to probably still get them because they're still working with the same distributors. Let's talk Chicago. Go ahead.
Will still be under that name, Flying Fish.
Yeah, they keep the Flying Fish name and everything.
Okay.
So yeah, and they actually got a pretty good deal on them. So they had got them for basically they said less than what they should have got them for because it was at an auction. But it works out. Unfortunately, they are closing the brewery in New Jersey, so I'm not sure if those people are finding new jobs or whatever. But as far as the name, it will carry on. Yeah. Chicago. So right now, Visit Chicago Southland. I don't know if you heard about this. You probably have now, but has unveiled the Chicago Southland Studs Buds mobile passport program. And those who visit any of the 14 selected breweries can actually receive different things, including swag and beer and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know if you want anything you want to elaborate on it.
I just bought some Moody Tongue today, and they're in the Southland thing. So I'm on board. I think it's great.
Now you guys aren't as a part of it, right? Then I guess because I know it's south and you guys are south.
I'm far too far north to be included in that.
Oh,
unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm not south of Chicago, so I can't get included in that. But I'm supporting it, so I'm on board.
Yeah, well, a nice way to keep stuff going on where people are not getting the brewery traction they were getting previously. This keeps things in play that people can still get back involved and get rewarded through this rewards type thing, which is good. And Moody Tongue, great beers. Everything I've had from Moody Tongue is really, really delicious. So
I actually have not tasted a beer from Moody Tongue yet. They're still on my
really. Oh, you're gonna like them.
I have not gotten to do it, and I want to so bad. Like it's on the list. It's just in my head. Like I really want it. I bought a 6-pack today, but it's a 6-pack that I'm planning on sharing with my coworkers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something they haven't tried either. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm bringing this into work to share. So I have not actually tried one of their beers yet, and I'm really excited to try one. Well,
I'm going to go out on a limb, just like our guy that does Men's Warehouse. You're going to like it. I guarantee it.
I've heard such great things. I've heard such great things about Moody Tongue, and I'm super excited to give them a shot. So
yeah. I don't know if Big Daddy's still in the chat, but I'm sure he's had some Moody Tongue. I think Todd, you've had Moody Tongue before, haven't you? I know we got it down through the area. Yeah.
Now we get some here also in just distro.
Yeah, they don't get distroed up to us very often. So I did find them at a place, but I was closer to the city when I found it. So I don't think they distro up to the northwest suburbs yet.
So I used to work with carry on with Moody Tongue. I used to work with a guy several years ago. He was the biggest liar, and didn't know I was a beer guy or whatever. And he used to say his family owned Moody Tongue out of a different state that they actually brewed in. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Good for you. Like, bring some to me. Like, oh, they're phenomenal. You ever had them? I'm like, yeah, I've had Moody Tongue before. He's like, yeah, my family is like, this is like his cousin and her husband or something. I forget what his family were like. I'm like, you lying son of a bitch.
Wow.
Todd's like,
he went for it. He did go for it.
No, but he also worked with somebody that murdered somebody in a graveyard too, and that was the truth, right?
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I'll tell you later.
Wait, they murdered somebody in a graveyard?
I mean,
Kind of redundant.
Probably just for you, I'm sure.
I mean, they were, I guess, right spot.
Carry on with your stories, Rod.
She worked with somebody's wife.
What? Iowa's big girl. What are you saying?
Sorry, at Chu's previous workplace, there was this guy that he would always like when it was hump day, they would be like, hump day, and they would do like a hump day dance. That guy apparently was overtired and his wife was making noise while he was trying to sleep and he suffocated her with a pillow. And he came into work, not like realizing what he'd done, and it was really bad. So
that's pretty bad. Yeah.
He went to work with someone who killed his wife. Just saying.
You never know that guy next to you.
Sorry, when I get out of line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just kidding. He doesn't.
Iowa's Big Girl Brewery buys big stake in cannabis-infused beverage brand. So, I don't know. I don't think Iowa had it legalized out there. I didn't know they were one of the states where it's legal. So,
I hope they have.
It's probably one of those hemp-based ones that's not like a THC thing.
maybe.
It's probably a hemp-based that's not THC.
I mean, I'm still surprised more of the places don't have this happening. Whereas, like here in Maryland, it's legal. So I'm surprised more people aren't doing some of this.
Yeah.
What do you all think?
Well, we did have one, and then we got shut down. Like people stopped us from selling the one that we had because we had a THC that was a 5 milligrams.
Yeah.
We had a THC beer that was 5 milligrams, and we were able to sell it for approximately 4 or 5 months, and then people shut us down, and we don't know why. So we still have this big stockpile of all these 5% beers. 5 milligram.
Transit still comes. What's to say? If you need to move some, let me know.
But we just have a big old stockpile of it that we can't sell. So it's been like kind of awkward for us because we don't know what to do with it. So
J BeerVentures takes packages. What were you going to say, Shannon?
All right. It's gonna be the end of the show.
No, don't.
Message me your address on Instagram.
I feel like you've already done it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I have a ton of it. I don't know what to do with it. I have to put the labels on, but yeah, I can send it to you.
That's okay. Cool. That works for me.
It doesn't taste great. Just saying, but it is 5 milligrams each can.
So this is one. Todd knows this brewery. Braxton Brewing announces a personalized private barrel program, which is pretty cool. So they'll have a unique experience for patrons by giving them an opportunity to create custom private barrel picks of barrel-aged beer. So they have a bunch of barrels at Braxton Brewing, which does a great job out of Northern Kentucky. Essentially, a patron can go in and say, I want that barrel, Bullet or Jack Daniels, whoever, Woodford Reserve, with their barrel, and they'll make a barrel full of beer to have your own barrel, which is pretty cool. So prices are about between $1,500 to $2,000 to get a barrel, but it's something of a unique thing where people can actually have beer brewed in their own personalized barrels. Be pretty cool. You have like an event, you can have your own barrel type stuff for it.
I mean, what's the cost?
I will say for
like 15.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying Todd missed it was like $1,500 to $2,000 for a barrel or so, I believe.
So Chu and I got married at a distillery, and we had a barrel as our guest book for our wedding, and everybody signed it. And after the wedding, they put their unaged whiskey, the Corsets and Buggy Whips whiskey, into that barrel and let it age. And it aged for 2 years. And then Chu and I picked up the barrel and we got our bottles out of that barrel. And it was not good.
That sucks.
Well, I mean, I'm happy we have the barrel, but honestly, the whiskey was a little rough. That's intense and it burns like a bitch.
All whiskey is rough. I've never had a whiskey
that's a pickleback whiskey if there ever was one. Like you got to chase that sucker.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad we did it. I'm glad that was our guest book at our wedding because it's really fun because we have it in our living room, and it's just cute because we can see everybody's signatures and all the stuff they wrote on the barrel and
That's
stuff.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Cute. Like they kept it for. Actually, they were supposed to keep it for 2 years, but they ended up keeping it for 3 because that's how long it took us to get back and pick it up. But yeah.
Well, I got a good memory out of it at least.
And I love that this other place is doing this barrel program. I think that's a really good thing, and I think a lot of people will get into that. So
Yeah.
I'll say we've done 2 barrels that were we did all signatures and stuff, and then aged whiskey in it, and it was really cool. So
Because I mean, if you do a barrel of beer, that's going to hold a good amount of beer. I can't remember what the number is offhand, but if you're having a special event or whatever, you can have that. And
I have an awful lot of bottles of whiskey that is almost undrinkable. So yes, it holds a lot. It holds a lot of bottles.
It does hold a lot. That's why it's like it's at 1,500 to 2,000, but that's a lot of beer it holds.
Yeah.
Big Daddy, never heard of Moody Tongue, but yeah, you got to check out Moody Tongue for sure.
Big Daddy, if you can get Moody Tongue, get it.
They're on my list.
Yeah.
They're on my list. I'll get
They're
there.
very tasty.
Yes.
What's up, Rogue? Cheers to you, my friend. We doing all right? You doing good? Beer is king, vodka is God. Okay.
You do you.
And then whiskey is Satan. All right.
Yes.
Fair. That's fair.
Pickleback, LOL. Yeah,
There's a story.
we're sorted across. Yeah. Let's see. Molson Coors. They're using current employees to make beer at Texas brewery while workers are on strike. So here's the funny thing. So if you're not aware of it, Molson Coors workers went on strike down in Texas at one of the plants. Anheuser-Busch may have theirs going on strike by this weekend as well. But Molson Coors was interesting because employees that weren't part of, I guess, the union are now working in the brewery to make the beer. So it's almost like, I don't know how it's going to play out kind of thing. Like they were preparing themselves for the workers to go on strike, but it's kind of like you got people making beer that don't usually maybe make the beer. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how it plays out. But then again, it's interesting because now you're going against those people that were your workers, or you're not going to try to settle things with them. What's going to happen there? So something to keep an eye on if you're a Coors fan.
Yeah.
It's about the gold coins and the paper money.
What about it?
That's why,
They're on strike because of gold coins and the paper money?
yes, because society has made those 2 things valuable. Well, it used to be the gold coins, and now it's just the paper money.
Now it's paper money.
Paper money. It's just
Well,
numbers.
here in the paper money's valuable more here. I mean, it's the U.S. dollar, but a lot of other countries still back it by the gold backing.
Shannon, I don't have any chickens to give you. I'm sorry. I just have the monies.
Hey,
Got a barter.
I got no chickens left, man.
we're all screwed.
That's why we're moving to Vanessa's, and she'll,
That's right.
You'll handle it
Barter
all.
system. It's barter. Vanessa's barter system.
Saginaw Talk Brewing, who I'm a big fan of their beers and actually do, especially that Neapolitan. Need to get some of that stuff again. They actually expanded their blueberry lemon lime shandy into a 12-can shandy variety pack. So now they've got a shandy thing. I'm not a huge shandy person usually, but I think it's more because of line of Kugels. But if there was one I was going to maybe try, Saginaw Talk might be one I would actually try again.
Yes, for sure.
They do a phenomenal job on their stuff.
I will say that the blueberry lemonade is freaking fantastic. I've had it several times.
So you've had it from Saginaw Talk then? Okay.
I have. I had it when I was up in Michigan, and it's beautiful. Absolutely. Yeah. It tastes like a lemon blueberry poppy seed muffin. That's what it tastes like. You get that maltiness and you get that sweetness, and it's so freaking good. It's really tasty.
Oh my God.
Not kidding. So delicious.
So now you got
variety pack.
Yeah, now they're going to expand into a 12-can variety pack, so you have some other flavors that'll be in play as well. So
I don't really do candies in general, but man, that one surprised me. It surprised me in a pleasant way.
Yeah, definitely worth checking out if you're a shandy person. Rogue says y'all doing it big in here. Glad. Oh yeah, definitely appreciate you having here, Rogue. We do this every Thursday night. We start at 8 Eastern and going a little bit later tonight. We usually go to about 11, or by tonight we're like 11:30 or so. That's what we're wrapping up. Todd still has a full beer in his hand, so apparently, yeah. So now
I'll pay for it tomorrow, so But
now the hour behind us. It don't matter. Todd sent me a message Friday morning. Why'd you let us go so late? I tried to stop. You just
Oh,
like keep going.
that message is coming tomorrow too, Rod. Don't just
Yeah.
wait. Just wait.
No, there's
I broke up to 12% for this. We're going.
Yeah. See, like, so like Rogue said, he's the same. Rogue said the same thing with Lonnie Kugels also. See, I had drain pour when I had drain poured at one time in a bar just to get the glass. I wanted the glass from Lonnie Kugels, but I couldn't do the whole shandy, so I had them drain poured. They couldn't believe it. I'm like, yeah, this is like no good for me.
Yeah,
But what are you gonna? Yeah, it's just so sweet. It's like drinking lemonade on that one.
I have to be in the right mood for a shandy. It's true.
Yeah.
But honestly, the
summer
Saga they really did a nice job. It comes across pretty well. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Saga Talk's Neapolitan Stout or whatever is one of the like first time I tasted a stout and was like, I get every flavor: strawberry, chocolate, vanilla. It's like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? I mean, I'm like, back in the day before, know, but still like a good.
I mean, anybody that comes out with something like that, it's always going to be in comparison with Sag and Talk did because they pulled it off so well.
Yes.
Yeah.
My heart is Saga Talk, and like just right now, if I go someplace else, I might feel differently. But Saga Talk, Holland, Michigan. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about. So my brother, we have a cousin and an aunt and uncle that live in Clinton, Tennessee, close to Knoxville, and they have
like 20 miles north of Knoxville.
They have a brewery down there called Crafty Bastard.
Oh.
Yes.
Who's a crafty bastard? You're a crafty bastard.
That's what you are. You're a crafty several times. I'm sure you've probably seen it before. But
and it's kind of like a very smallish, like.
But did you try it though?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. So I was asking.
And so we went there. We've been there a couple times. My brother went down there last time with my cousin, and they had a special beer, and it was that bread pudding beer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hell yeah. That needs to happen more often.
Me and my brother, our mom used to always make bread pudding.
I think you bought a 4-pack and brought it back or something.
He did.
I didn't get to try it, but
no, he's got.
Oh, he still has some left?
He bought, and they only can so much. He bought some, and I went over to his house, and he was like, "Try this. It tastes so good," and it is one of the best beers I've ever had. Because he was like, the yeast that you use for a beer is like the bread. And then it kind of had the cinnamon and the sugar. Oh my God. It was so good.
That brewery is really good. And they're just a hole in the wall. Like
they are. It's like
it
looks like the brewery looks like an old gas station
that's what I was gonna say. It'd be like a garage or some sort. Like
and
it's
then
so like it's like, hey, we're gonna
like the walls are like tin.
It's amazing.
Like it's a warehouse, but oh my God,
Well, that's
roof.
And on the outside of the wall, on the outside they have all the pictures of dogs.
Yeah.
Pictures of dogs on the outside too.
No, that's a funny thing when you see like these people say, best brewery in the country. Like, how do you know it's the best brewery in the country? Unless you've been to every brewery. There's 9,200 plus breweries in the country. That's like always that's best on your universe. Someone else's universe, I guarantee they've been to a brewery you haven't been to that can probably knock some shit out of the ones you've actually had. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're close to 1,200 in the country. I'm only at like 300 or 400, so I can't imagine other people have gotten to 1,200.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're like a paid thing to go, or any of you are paid to go around to different breweries, with some closing and some reopening, you're never going to be at the 100% level.
I was going to say, do you have time to go to all of them?
Yeah.
Somebody with
and then a drink, you're not going to drink all those beers, because if you go to a brewery, they've got like 12, 14 beers. You're not going to drink all the beers. Yeah.
Like 1, 2 if you're lucky.
Right.
Yeah.
And nobody's favorite is
no, that's me and Shu. That's why we do 2 flights. We get 8 every time we go. We get 8.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
But see, that's the thing. But you're getting like a flight or whatever. But it's a matter of
2 flights split amongst 2 people, so we can still get home.
At least you can taste them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also like.
If you're gonna do a full review, sometimes you want to get the full beer because you want to have it sit there and warm up, see how it does over time. So you can't.
I felt the same way about the breweries we went to until we went to Atwater, and Atwater had 23 beers on tap, and we
Atwater's good brewery.
Atwater's great, But we were looking up at the tap list going, we can't do 23. Like we had always done every single beer they had on tap as much as possible. Like that's what we'd always done. We got to Atwater and we're looking up at the tap list going 23. We can't do 23. We're not gonna make it. We can't do 23.
I mean,
So,
you could just to give yourself some time, but yeah.
You didn't have time. You can't be in that area after dark.
The
Yeah.
Atwater.
You have to
Margaret Atwater.
No, well, you're laughing, but as a white couple, being in that area after dark is not the best.
But what time did you go there? Like at 5 o'clock or something? Did you go early or?
Oh, we went there at like noon on a Sunday. Like we were planning.
Well, you have planned to get out before it's dark.
Yes, but if you're doing 23 beers, you can't be out of there before it gets dark sometimes. And honestly, it's not an area I want to be in after.
little rough in Detroit.
Right on the river. It's right downtown Detroit. And it gets a little scary sometimes.
Yeah.
So you have to think about the space that you're in. I mean, honestly, I love breweries more than just about anybody, but you have to think about the space that the brewery is in because honestly, if you don't want to be there after dark,
well, at least they don't have the stray dogs walking the streets anymore. Like they did back in COVID.
There were stray dogs. I wouldn't say they were actual dogs, but I mean, it got a little dicey there as you know, dusk was coming. It got a little freaky in that area. So
yeah.
And I had never been to Detroit before when we went to film there. So I had never been like downtown Detroit in my life.
Yeah.
And I grew up, my front yard was a cornfield. My backyard was a river. I have no concept of city, like proper city living. I've never done it. And Chu grew up in Detroit. So he's like, oh yeah, it's fine. I'm like, are you sure? I'm a little uncomfortable sometimes, you know, like, because outsiders aren't necessarily welcomed as much in certain places. And I was an outsider, and I was obviously an outsider.
I think a lot of people, not say a lot of people, but I think sometimes it's easy for us to put our own restrictions on our mind, though. It's like most people are, as long as you're doing stuff, you're doing stuff. I mean, I don't know.
I will say, as it started to get darker, I was way more nervous than he was, obviously, because he grew up there. But as it started to get darker and we started to see what was going on around, he started to be like, yeah, we got to go.
Yeah.
Like, he made that decision. He made the final decision because it's his town, not mine.
Yeah.
So when he says, it's time to go, I said, okay, because I understand. You grew up here. This is your place. I'm not going to question your decisions on when it's time to go. So now I was questioning them hours before that when I was like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, we're fine. I was like, okay, we're fine.
Shane was there. He saw Needle on the ground right aside as he got out of the car.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, I see needles around Baltimore and stuff too on the ground too. And I've seen him in Philly and I've seen him in
he saw
talking about Atwater.
He and his wife were also talking about that bong. They saw the broken bong that was right by the door, and so
like a crack pipe. Yeah, I mean, you see that in cities. I saw that stuff here. I've seen that stuff in Philly. I've seen it in New York.
I've seen it in Chicago too, but I don't know Detroit as well as I know Chicago. I see that in Chicago. I don't worry. I see that in Detroit, and I'm like, should I be worried? Because I don't know. But I'm not.
Because you're not familiar with the area and stuff.
Familiar with the area, and that makes a big difference. So
I was cutting the grass one day, and I was in the bathroom, and he's
Did you find a bong? Wait, you were
knocking
cutting
on
grass
door,
in the
and
bathroom?
he's like, is this what I think it is? I'm like,
Is she talking about manscaping? What is
crack
this?
pipe?
Like,
I was like, it looks like a crack pipe, but I've never used a crack pipe.
Shannon,
there was a crack pipe in your front yard.
Yes, he was cutting the grass.
Well, I know, but you said you were cutting the grass and you were in the bathroom, and I'm sitting here like, why were you cutting grass in the bathroom?
I was in the
She wasn't shaving the lawn. Talking about cutting the
Okay.
grass.
Okay. I got a little concerned there. What are you cutting the
I'm
grass
a
in the
little
bathroom
concerned
for?
that he brought it to me and asked me if that's what.
Well,
it
you're a
was.
nurse. You're a nurse, so it makes sense for him to bring it to you because he might thought you.
I'm a dementia nurse. People that have dementia aren't usually smoking crack.
Well,
like,
yeah.
From what I've seen on TV, because it was glass and it had like a little
ball at the
all
end.
burnt down at the bottom.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I just saw one. I saw one. It was on the street the other day. Yeah.
And I'm like, we live in Sellersburg, Indiana, but we also live off of one of the main highways. And I'm like,
but you're up in a subdivision. Yeah. If someone's driving down your subdivision, dropping off their crack pipes.
Nah, you guys are more meth than oxy than crack, so it's kind of surprising.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
but you know, it gets around.
It happens, I guess, apparently.
Hey, we might be so stupid about that. It might have just been our neighbors trying to do some chemistry, but you know, it looked like a crack pipe to me.
Chemistry. Oh, that was a chemistry experiment. Yeah, that was a chemistry experiment.
Yeah. That's what it was. That's what it was.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Middle school.
Like,
they were doing a board and everything.
They're like, you think she bought it? Shannon, oh yeah, she bought it. Yeah. Women in Brewing. Milwaukee event hopes to change perceptions. Members of the Pink Booth Society came together on Wednesday to network, brew beer, and change perceptions. Which again, I say, what the hell is wrong with people thinking that not knowing the history of brewing? Why is it a surprise that women are doing this still and having to do this still?
I know, right?
It's just like
women started this, man.
Things are just like so stupid at point.
Women have made that a thing. Like, men don't think it's both. Men don't, but women are so caught up in that men think that holds them back also.
Agreed.
You know, and so I'm like, who gives a shit what men think? I'm just gonna, you know? I'm like...
And honestly,
yeah, so I read Emerson's comment there. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. hey, you gotta play it off somehow, you know. You gotta play it off somehow. Hey, look what I found.
Shannon, to respond, it's not the easiest bias to overcome, and honestly,
no, it's not.
So, I've been in craft beer for several years, and I'm a taproom manager at a successful brewery right now.
Right, yeah.
And when one of my employees, so some of my employees are food people, some of them are hard liquor people, some of them are beer people, some of them don't drink, and I'm okay with that because I think the mix makes things better. But when some of them go to a table and the table's asking questions that are more specific about beer, they'll come and get me. And they'll say, hey, this table has some questions about the beer. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. So I go over to the table, and I can tell you at least more than 5 times in the last year, I've gone over to a table saying, hey, I heard you had some questions about the beer. I'm ready to answer your questions. And they were like, isn't there like someone else who knows about the beer? And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm the manager, so I know the most about the beer in this space. What did you want to know? And they're like, well, I mean, isn't there like a guy here? And I'm like,
I'd be like, nope.
How is this still a thing? Like, no, I know the most about the beer.
Yeah.
I am the manager. I care about the beer the most of all the
people.
Why are you saying this right now?
Us women hold ourselves back just
I'm like,
as men,
if you want
as
your
much
answers, shut the fuck up.
No, be like, guess you're not going to learn anything tonight.
Exactly. And it drives me crazy still. Like, I get this like regularly where it's like, you're the one who knows the most about the beer. Well, yeah, I am. I fucking am. What is your problem with that? Like, but I can't say that because they're customers, you know?
Right.
So I have to hold that in and be like, yeah, I do know the most about the beer. What do you need to know? And then they're like, oh, well, I noticed this one had a kind of Belgian-y quality to the thing. And I said, well, it is a wheat. It's not a Belgian yeast. This one comes actually from this place. And, it has that Belgian-y quality without actually being a Belgian yeast. So
Yeah.
you're going to get the esters of this, this, and this from that beer. And then they're like, okay. And then they'll try another question to stump me. And I'm like, yeah, you can't fucking stump me on my own beer. Are you kidding
You
me
should be
right
so
now?
happy you have a penis in
But it
your
drives me
hour.
crazy.
Thank
It's still
God for you.
it's still happening. It's still constant.
Yeah.
And I
It
love
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be happening.
doing this
You
thing.
and
So
your-
the Milwaukee
your
event I
big
really wanted to go to. I
happy.
had to
I'm
work
so
on
happy.
Wednesday, unfortunately, and I could not go. But that was an event that I was really interested in to go check it out and see, because I've just recently joined Pink Boots Society, and I've just recently done some of the brew days. I did two with Solemn Oath, one with Miskatonic, and I'm really excited to meet other women who are just as crazy about beer as me, which is really exciting for me because I did not know that it existed before this. But
don't let the men that are like that make you think that other men might not want to learn from you. Not all men are like, so.
Oh, at least you will.
Yeah, so just but I get that, because I'm
So,
like,
a
all
fun
men
thing,
make me feel unsafe, but they shouldn't.
when I hire new people, I always ask them about their beer knowledge. I check what their beer knowledge is beforehand. And their first day of training with me as a manager, just so y'all know, you start out with the opening checklist. And the opening checklist is restock the toilet paper. It's make sure the tables are wiped down. It's make sure the silverware is full. Sure. After we get through that boring stuff at the beginning, the next whole section of my checklist for training new employees is the beer. So I sit them down and I have them try a micro pour of every beer we have on tap, which is 14. We have 14 taps. So I have them try 14 beers, and some of them sip, some of them down, some of them just barely touch the beer, because some people aren't beer drinkers, some people are cocktail drinkers, some people aren't drinkers at all, but they need to know the product. If they're old enough to know the product, they need to know the product. So I go through the whole thing. Now, this works on several levels, because I first of all teach them about our product, and I describe beer fairly well, as I've heard from several people. So I describe the beer okay, so they can sell it better. They're taking notes the whole time. And then it also helps me, because if one of them gets tipsy, I know that they are a lightweight. And if they have a table of Karens, which pisses them off, and they go to the bartender and ask for a $5 of a beer, they'll down that $5, and I'll be like, okay, I'm watching you now, because you might get a little tipsy at work if you keep going. I'm keeping an eye. So it helps me learn where their cutoff point is for the drinking during work. And so I can't fault a server who just had a table of monstrous Karens, and they go to the bartender and they say, can you give me a five ouncer of some beer? Because holy shit, I just dealt with the worst people ever. I can't fault them. I will give them that beer. I am 100% on board. You deserve a beer for dealing with that shit. Because
I don't think we should give them a pass by calling them Karens. I think we should just be like, you're an entitled bitch.
Well, yeah, okay. So I shouldn't use the word Karen anymore, because honestly, my best friend's name is Karen, and I shouldn't use the term. But
you need to be an entitled bitch.
Well, Chu likes to pass the question along to Mal, so
and he does the same thing at the mechanic shop, though. So the mechanic will come out and tell us, "Oh, this is wrong with the car. This is wrong with the car, and this is wrong with the car." And he'll sit there and look at him, and then he'll turn to me, and I'll be like, are you sure about the shocks? Because I just had those replaced a month ago, so I don't think they're in trouble. You just want to make extra money.
You all go to the mechanic.
Yeah, trying to get extra. Yeah.
I'm the car person. I'm the beer person, and we both know that.
I'll take it. Like, we don't need to both go.
Yeah.
But the gender discrepancy still exists in beer, and eventually it'll work its way out. It
All right,
does
let me
right now.
get the next beer. I got y'all all worked up now on the whole thing there.
Just shuffle through it. Let's go.
I apologize for taking so much time on
That's all
that.
right. That's all right. No, you got fire in the belly. I get it. I get
I have the fire in the belly. That's
it. Brockton Beer Company brings unique flavors and culture to brewing. Pretty interesting thing. They're actually 5 friends that are forming it from Canada, Jamaica, Haiti, and the Philippines got together to make this brewery for Brockton Beer Company. And they're actually introducing different flavors from their own backgrounds, things like mango and some other different things they're working on. It's pretty cool. So that's just a thing showing why diversity offers so many opportunities to beer, because they're coming up with things that your regular people just aren't coming up with, because they're bringing stuff from their cultures into it, which is pretty cool.
Oh, I'm running out of room on my paper for questions.
We got too much time for questions after this because it's almost midnight.
Right?
Yeah.
Well,
Alaska
I'll bring it back next week.
Alaska Airlines announced its exclusive. They're going to have Fremont Brewing IPA on their flights. But guess what? Personally, I'm not flying Alaska Airlines. Y'all got doors blowing off in the middle of the sky. Y'all having crashes on the runway. No, I ain't fucking with y'all. I don't care. Y'all can have freaking Pliny the Elder on there. I ain't getting on your planes. I'm sorry, Alaska Airlines. Nope, you guys are out. I'm just saying. But if y'all do fly Alaska Airlines, you do got Fremont Brewing as an option now.
There you go. Enjoy your beer while you can.
I'll stay right on Delta and drink some Sweetwater, and I'll be okay with that. So.
You're fancy. You're on Delta and not Spirit or Southwest or what's
Southwest. Southwest don't like to give you alcohol on their flights. They're stingy on it. No, I don't.
Well, I bet you Spirit don't.
They're like a Greyhound bus in the air. They're just like, you'll get to choose your seats ahead of time and just kind of first come first serve, find your seat. Like, yeah, I don't like that. Nah.
Before you say this full story, one of my bar managers, the people who handles like the bar, like all the liquor and all the stuff, she actually worked at Task Brewing Company for 5 years. So I'm super excited to see her brewery on this thing. So just taking a moment.
Yeah, no, this is cool because they're out of New Mexico, I believe.
Yes.
And they're unveiling a new innovative New Mexican. I would take a Spanish for so long. So peon beer. I'm trying to think of the whole thing above the end. I can't remember because it's been so long.
Peon, maybe?
Yeah. But this brew celebrates the rich flavors of the Southwest with a blend of traditional brewing, and it's using their locally sourced pinon nuts that they actually have and some different things there. So again, they're bringing in culture to a beer that many people aren't going to think of or actually had done because they're not part of that. Like, there's different aspects when you have people coming in from different backgrounds. So pretty cool for them bringing that in. And if you happen to see this, might be something to check out.
Famous people than different than me.
Returning to Chicago area breweries craft up a way to fight climate change with beer can carrier reuse co-op with the Green Beer Project, which is kind of funny because we were just talking about this, about being able to return stuff like last week. And all of a sudden this week comes up with the nonprofit in Chicago. I'm not saying they're watching our show, but I'm just saying it's kind of funny the following week they come up because we were talking about recycling these things, and now they got a project up there because they knew Mal's in Chicago. So I'm just saying, but the breweries are teaming up. So like if you have like those 4-pack things, those plastic things, breweries are now coming together to have those dropped off, and they're going to reuse them as a way to help with climate stuff. So something to keep in mind if you're up in that area. 2 of Oregon's favorite craft breweries are teaming up with the Portland Timbers as official craft beer sponsors. So 10 Barrel and Widmer Brothers, which is 10 Barrel got released from the Anheuser-Busch family a while back. So now they're back to being craft. And Widmer Brothers, that's pretty good beer as well. So they're getting together for the Portland Timbers out there for the soccer team.
I was wondering if they were still brewing, like since they got released from them. I wasn't sure if they were still doing it.
Yeah, they went back to craft ownership, but I don't get a lot of 10 Barrel this way.
Can you read that?
What is it?
Gotta get closer.
I don't know what the camera is.
There you go.
Gatlinburg Brewing Company.
Yeah. My brother brought.
Okay.
My My brother bought that for me when he was in.
I thought you could have something related to the story. It's like, hey,
No, not really.
Sorry.
She just likes to jump in and just go wherever.
You should know better. You should know. I'm sorry.
that's all right. That's funny though.
Don't know.
You
It's my turn.
really don't. You really
Hey. Oh, look at this story. Atwater Brewing. It's funny, we talked about them earlier.
Excited.
Okay.
They just bought a majority stake in Lansing Brewing Company. So they're going to be doing stuff with Lansing now, which is kind of interesting. Not familiar with Lansing as much. I used to know the national sales manager with Atwater, but they're going to be basically doing stuff with them now there. So she
No,
might be familiar with them from
I know
Michigan.
Lansing, and they're
Michigan.
I've had some Atwater before, but
The whole world is telling me we should go to Michigan. We should live in Michigan.
The Mittens, Michigan, the Mitten State.
State.
But that,
The Upper Peninsula and the Lower
Not in the
Peninsula.
wintertime, though.
Oh my God, I love snow so much though. And they have heated bread.
that is the beer news, folks. Oh, ooh.
we did it. We did it.
Did
Woo!
Yes.
Cheers! Cheers!
You okay? What?
Oh my God, I love that. Linda, listen. I feel like that was directed at me though, so I get it. Linda, listen. I get it.
That kid's probably like 35 now or whatever. So,
Right? For sure. Still banking off of it.
Oh, my
oh,
God, that's so funny though.
And every once in a while he goes, turn around.
no, we're not. No, we're not. No. But it was great having everybody tuned in tonight. All the new people here, and
Every Thursday.
everybody came in that wasn't here before. So great to have you on board.
Champagne
right.
or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer and beer. No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer and beer.
What are you gonna say?
So right here's a new time frame. 8 Eastern time to 11 Central time.
Apparently.
You got it.
Yeah. You started earlier to try to end earlier, but yeah, it didn't work out.
Hours,
But
no, not early. It's
people get
4
the
hours.
bonus time, which is funny because I do see the next day when I put on the podcast and different stuff that we get people that tune in the next day. I guess they're listening to it while they're at work or doing other stuff too.
I
So,
do that. I do that too.
yeah. So appreciate all the support.
Listen to the show just because, like, why not?
Yeah. Well, there's some funny stuff on the show, so you should listen back to it for sure.
Because we say
Yeah.
stupid things once we had the 12%ers.
Well, unless you start out with 14%.
Yeah.
No
I
one
mean,
Or two
no
and
one
a
can
half.
help that you make poor choices, Todd.
Or shit water.
Whatever.
I mean, I still drink it too.
Everyone, Todd makes poor choices. Take that into account. It's all good.
But are they?
uh,
I mean, we all make poor. We shouldn't judge our choices.
If that's a poor
Our
choice,
choices
then,
are our choices.
No, you have to judge choices. The choices are the things that you're allowed to judge. The choices that people make are the things that you're going, that was a bad choice. That's how
I wasn't
judging
saying
works.
it's a bad choice. I was just saying to start at 14%.
Yeah.
Rod's like, wrap it up. I gotta go to bed. Let's go.
I don't think I make poor choices.
I'm the
I
best.
I know I make
I'm
poor
saying-
choices.
I wake up in the morning, I piss
we all
excellent.
make poor choices. And if you think you don't make poor choices, then I feel like you're not like
You are fake news.
I'm 100% sure that I make poor choices.
Fair enough.
In fact, making poor choices is
I
a
don't think I'm
constant
fake
for me.
news, I
Like
might be
I'm
irrelevant.
pretty consistent on making poor
Come on,
choices.
man. Come on, man.
You are fake news.
But
Oh, man.
even if I'm making poor choices, that doesn't mean I can't judge other people for making poor choices. Like a 14% beer as your first beer of the night.
I'm just
I
getting
find
a little
that- I
find
that to be a
triggered
poor
by that
choice.
voice. I'm getting a little triggered by that
You
voice.
start high and you bring it down.
Exactly. Trickle down, and it's all good.
Trickle down economics.
That's right.
It's like Dare, two programs that never happened under Reagan. But yeah.
It is like Dare.
Right.
Shannon, I didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry. I love
No,
you.
you didn't trigger me. He triggered me with the.
Oh, it wasn't
You
me.
are
Okay,
fake
cool.
news. You are fake
I thought
news.
that was me.
I feel like he's trying,
You are
I
fake
feel like he's
news.
trying to run it off. And I'm getting ready to
You
run
are
off.
fake news.
Did you get your Trump sneakers yet, Shannon?
What?
Your Trump sneakers, the gold sneakers. You get your Trump sneakers yet?
Oh yeah, she's got
Oh
two
yeah, I
pairs
got like
of them.
5 pair of them already.
Sneakers?
Hell
Wait,
yeah.
are there sneakers? That's a thing?
They're $55. Get the gold sneakers, gold high tops to
No way,
support Trump.
$5.
$355.
Yeah,
300.
there you
But
go.
are
That
they
makes
heavy?
more sense.
Like, are they actual? Like, what are they made
To
of?
pay his
They're gold sneakers.
They're gold
$320
colored, but they're not like
fines.
gold, right?
You're right.
No, they're like gold color or whatever. But
Heavy.
I saw Fred Durst had a pair on the
Because
thing
like
on Facebook.
actual
Of course
shoes
he
made of
did.
gold would be.
I guess
really
he did it for the. I guess he did it for the nookie.
For the nookie. For the
nookie. So you could take that cookie and what?
Stick
For
it
the
up your.
tight- Yeah, for the type
What are you gonna do with the cookie?
conservative.
I want to
Take
know what to
that-
do with the cookie.
Stick it up your ass. Stick it up your ass.
No, that's not a good cookie anymore. Nobody wants that cookie.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
an
but
upsetting cookie.
Hey, I'm trying to forget about the world's problems, and you're just highlighting them. You're putting a headlight on.
what am I doing?
The problems that we're highlighting are cookies up people's butts. Apparently, that is the highlighting of problems that we are doing right now.
Poor Shannon. She's gonna go to bed with.
Emotional. That
I'm gonna go bed with Ambien, and I'll forget all about it.
I have gummies.
All right.
I'm good.
We're over the midnight hour.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut
I always love it when Rod gets to use fix.
Shout out to Trez. Thank you, buddy. Have a great weekend as well, my friend. Always appreciate you.
Yes. Good to see you.
We're gonna go ahead and get up the hell up out of here. You ain't gotta get home, but you gotta get to another live stream because we're closing it down. Back next Thursday, 8 Eastern till
11 Central.
I could give you a time, but I don't even know if it's gonna be true or not.
It doesn't work that way.
It just doesn't.
I mean,
It
11
doesn't.
Central is fair, I
I
guess.
really
but-
have faith in Rod that he's gonna Corey down.
Do it now. Do it, Rod. Do it.
No, he's got.
Do what?
Are we off the air?
No.
Not yet, but we're about to.
Okay.
Lord help me, Tom Cruise. Use your witchcraft.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, Emerson.